So lesson learned.
Yeah.
And so that will be my next mission with him is to make sure I let his soles get thicker. And other than that, his feet look great. I've still been taking a little bit of toe,
Hmm.
probably about at the point where I need to be with them with that. It did allow his frog to start pulling back again. Um, and when I get my X-rays from the vet, I'll show them at one of the hoof chats and we can compare.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
But I haven't gotten them from her yet. Because there is a change in the frog where you can see through the X-ray.
Oh,
Um,
really? Because
so
usually
that'll
you
be
can't even see the frog in the
well. I
X-ray.
mean that's that part in the original X-ray.
You can see a difference in that
You
area.
can see there is a collection of something there, and in the
Hmm.
current X-ray, it's not there.
Huh.
So that'll be interesting to get your opinion on what was going on there. Um,
Yeah.
as far as the bone column and the angle and everything, I think is pretty much the same. I think having some sole depth will probably make that better.
Uh-huh.
But he's sound with his boots on. Even without his boots on in soft ground, he's sound. Trot, canter. I think his stride's gotten better in the front with having some of that toe come off. He's got a little longer strided in his front. Um, he just can't do the rocks. And well, because he needs a little more sole probably to help handle the rocks. But
Yeah.
um,
Kathy, what's your last name?
Johnson,
I thought so. Okay. Making sure here. And stuff. I'm looking at pictures right now. Can we go ahead and look at some pictures?
sure.
Okay. Let's see here. Wait. Okay, let's see here. Do. Gotta figure out how to share again. Gotta reteach myself every single time. Okay, where are we at? There we are. Okay, so um, I'm gonna ask you about this picture here.
So that was a horse at the farm that I'm at.
Wow,
Um, and we, yeah. Anyway,
that's
the,
terrible.
yeah,
That's from trimming the heels out.
yeah.
You know?
So, our best, we talked about this a couple of hoof chats ago when
Hmm.
I sent these to you. That basically was him pulling his heel bulbs under his foot.
Yeah.
And
Wow, that's terrible, isn't it? What's
um,
terrible is I can't remember talking about this. Oh my goodness.
um, the
I
so
kind of remember that.
I had trimmed a little bit, but you could see where I trimmed. That is like white. It is not does not look like frog when I trimmed that little bit
Th
off.
that looks like digital cushion.
So I took just took my little bonsai nippers, and
Hmm.
nipped a little bit of that. And
Poor
you can
guy.
see on the right side where I ran the hoof pick through there, and it did bleed a little bit.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. He's down to nothing.
yeah,
I mean, look, there he's walking on his bulbs and he's
yeah,
just they were never meant to be walked on like that. And
yeah.
you know,
Well, we did have the vet look at him, and she's like, you're one step away from canker. And this is
yeah.
this is in all 4 feet, all 4 feet.
Hmm.
So
Who's
we
who's trimming? What's the trimming? The owner, like, are they into you helping them and learning something to
no,
save their
no,
horse?
no. I mean, the um, I'm basically the one that helps look after this particular horse and the other horses that this owner has.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, just as far as making sure that not grooming them and cleaning their feet or anything like that, but
Hmm.
just making sure that they're okay because she's not totally involved. But
So do you know the farrier then that comes and does them?
yes, yes.
And
Uh,
what's he like? Is he an old guy?
no,
Young guy?
no, but he's been doing this since he was young,
Yep.
and I have talked to him some about tact and things, and he's not like gone, you're crazy or anything like that, but it's pretty
Mm-hmm.
much just like, okay, kind of a thing.
Yeah, he's brainwashed. Okay.
Yeah. So, and
Indoctrinated and
yeah,
brainwashed.
and
Okay.
he's been doing it for a good bit of time. And so I
Yep.
think it's kind of just a routine, not think about so much what you're doing. He
Well,
just,
yeah. And
goes
how
through the
dare
motion.
anybody tell me, see,
Yeah.
this is the bad part about it. They're
He's better than most. He's better.
self-made men, and well, they're just blinded.
Yeah.
They really are by their teaching. You know, it's not that they're doing it on purpose or nothing, but they just, like you say, I've been doing this my whole life. How could I be wrong?
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
the when the vet was out, I did make sure that she looked at all four of his feet. We pulled his front shoes,
Mm-hmm.
um, because the front was very contracted for sure.
Well, for
Um,
sure. Poor guy.
and um, she, she said 1 foot we're going to go ahead and start treating for
Yeah.
cancer. It's still got a very soft spot back near the heel bulb.
Yeah.
So we're going to start treating that for canker just to kind of get on top of it.
Uh-huh.
So,
Well,
um,
well, you know,
but like I said before,
good
these are the feet. I look at feet like this all the
all
time.
the time.
I mean, because I do horses for a living, and see
Yeah.
lots of people's horses' feet, and you can't unsee things once
Yeah.
you learn something, and it hurts me.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
I totally understand.
But anyway, hopefully we got him at least barefoot, and
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
going to treat that 1 foot, and hopefully we'll be on top of um,
Wow. Is
having.
that a different foot or is that the
That's a
same foot?
hind foot. That's a hind foot. That's a
Okay,
front.
that's a front foot and that's a hind foot. See,
Hmm.
yeah, this is all trimming.
So over time, all that just kind of withered, and you see
Yeah.
how it wants to stick out the back of the foot. So
Yep.
a lot of that was sticking out the back of his foot. Is it just, I don't know whether it withered away or it wore away, but that all
Yeah.
got much smaller.
Yeah, see, he just takes those heels. What he's doing is he's taking the heels down and forcing frog pressure every single
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Every single time. And he tries to do it with the shoes too.
yeah,
See, that makes it worse because the farriers are taking the heels down more than the barefooters because you have to try and make up for the thickness of the shoes. And then they've been taught, well, this is how you build up the frog. And so the frog is unhealthy because they're wearing it off. And so, but they're taught, hey, they have to have frog pressure to build up the foot. And so then they've been led to believe this, and so they just keep taking the heels down, 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 and wearing the frog down more to where finally you're down to frog corium, and then it's a wound. What you got is a wound that won't heal into the frog corium. You know, so I feel sorry for them that they've been told this lie. See, it's an outright lie that started in 1754. Um, yeah, I've been researching a lot on where this originated, boy. And yeah, so they came in, they replaced farrier knowledge with the ideas of the elite of the French science academies that weren't science. They weren't even science. They used that word. In reality, okay, they were all into the hooky pook. All right. um they said the word science. It's interesting because what I found out is that in the mid uh, the French science academies were founded on the ideas of Rene Descartes, who has so much in common with Jamie Jackson. It's really unreal. As far as he had these dreams with these phantoms and stuff in it that told him the direction his life was supposed to go. And then he, through the king and all this, they founded these French quote science academies. They weren't really scientific at all. They were a bunch of jerks that sat around and thought crap up to affect everybody else's life. just like they do now. The most worthless profession in the world is the professional philosopher. They have done more to screw up our lives. I'm going to show all this later, how it worked, how they got this frog doctrine. You see, horses would slip on the pavement on the ice, so they sat around thinking, and asking, well, how could we prevent that? Oh, well, there's this rubbery thing on the back of their foot. Maybe if we took the heels down and they walked on that, they wouldn't slip on the ice and on the pavement. This is exactly how it got started. Um, and this is the result right here, 250 some years later. See? Um, Mountains of dead horses, dead, suffering horses. And like you said, you deal with horses all the time. The result of what you see is because of a bunch of jerks and French jerks in France in the 16 and 1700s, primarily the 1700s, when they decided to start sticking their nose into farriery. See, they already did everything to screw everybody else's life up and everything else. See, because they made policies for everybody. And so they weren't content to leave the farriers alone. They had to start messing with that too and coming up with these bright ideas. And this is the result of it.
So, Linda,
Yeah.
when you're looking at this picture, then, um, is there any actual frog in that picture, or is it just kind of that rim around where the apex ought to be? Is that frog?
Um,
That part right there, is that frog?
uh, well, some of it might be.
Yeah, it did.
Um,
If you look at the back foot, you can see better that there's a delineation between that there is some frog at the front, but what's at the back is not frog.
yeah. Yeah, and you can see a little periopal skin right here, you know, but this is how it's worn down to the frog corium and it's become uh like there's like a wound. It's like damaging the whole frog corium and deforming and distorting it where it's trying to grow stuff. Um, it's probably even down past the frog corium in parts into the digital cushion. See, because that's not that thick. And so, yeah, so it'll just start kind of haphazardly growing odds and ends of stuff. It doesn't have any room to grow. That's what you got to have. You have to have room to grow. See? So, but anyway, yeah, this is all the result of a bunch of jerks 250 years ago thinking they knew better than people who had been shoeing horses with better than their knowledge of the common people for over 2,000 years that horses had to have heels. See? And so it's just interesting how people who don't know what they're doing get involved in making policies, and here we are today. They brainwashed all well, they forced the farriers to do that. The farriers didn't want to. The farriers wrote a refutation about it, but the king was the one that made the rules for the farriers. And so they started forcing these farriers to drop 2,000 years of hoof knowledge, what you call empirical hoof knowledge, based on observation and working for 2,000 years, forced them to drop all that and start cutting the heels out of horses. And then, of course, they opened their vet schools and slammed that doctrine right in there. And here we are today. So, okay, so let's go back. Well, that poor horses, period. That's why, yeah. Anyway, okay. And this is,
So that's Gordon, my big horse, as
yeah,
opposed to against the pony.
okay. And yeah, pardon me if I have to renew my,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, and stuff. And so now, did you come in and take off some of these levers?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a while back.
A
I don't
while
know.
back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so this is the previous x-ray, and next week you think, or
No,
at
no,
some point.
this is Gordon. This is still Gordon and not Chance.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah,
So you had Chance done.
I had Chance done. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that's Gordon?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I did have to delineate when I labeled the pictures G and C on them because their feet are not the same. But when you start looking at white feet with black stripes on them, they all start
Yeah.
looking the same.
Yeah. I know. I know.
Start looking the same anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is Gordon or
Uh,
Chance?
I think that's Gordon.
See, you don't even know.
Yeah, because I did that.
See? So I don't feel bad.
This was early on, and so that was before when I really started taking pictures of both and went back
Okay.
and started labeling them. I was like, okay, I have to start
Okay.
putting C and G on them. So
Okay.
I
And
know.
refresh my memory for when you started trimming, that you start taking it over.
Um, it's been almost a year and a half.
Okay. Okay. So this was 24. So that's about
Yeah, that
you.
was about when.
Yeah. So you
So
hadn't been
these,
going too long
no,
here.
uh-uh.
Okay. Yeah, because you're now
Those are, let's see, those are not my feet.
those are Roberta's. I think
Yeah,
I showed you Roberta's horse
yeah.
because they were similar to some stuff.
She and Chance are very similar.
Yeah. Yep. We're just gonna look through here.
Now that's Chance.
Chance. Okay. Yeah, see, her feet do look a lot
Yeah,
like.
but I've taken him back where I grooved him. We're
Mm-hmm.
already up past that now. And to tell you the truth, about whether to take the toe or not take the toe,
Mm-hmm.
he was breaking out at his toe.
Okay.
And so when I trimmed that, it was dead wall. It was
Okay.
brittle and just popped off.
Just
So
popped right off.
it was ready to go.
Okay.
And he did that another before I trimmed him. The next time after that, he did the same thing.
Ah,
So
okay.
we're about back to live hoof wall there.
Okay.
And the white line is starting to come to where there will be a white line.
Yeah. Well, good. Now,
Uh,
I want to go back to something here. Let's see. Let's go back to, want to ask you. Oh,
yeah, I can't remember whether that was Chance or Gordon's foot. It
yeah.
looks more like a Chance foot than a
Okay.
Gordon.
It's got a little bit of black right here. And you can see a little bit of black right there. Does Chance have black on one foot?
Yeah, but because Gordon's feet are much rounder and
Okay.
Chance's feet are more oblong. So I think that's probably Chance's foot.
That's Chance. Okay. So let's see. So this is the left
His
front.
bars were more discombobulated than Gordon's were when I started.
The left front, and this is also the left front, right? So we're looking at, let's go back. Now, now, had you trimmed before at all?
No.
Okay, and who was doing your horses?
Um, so I had a farrier that I have used for many years.
Mm-hmm.
Had done my horse's feet better than most farriers. He was very
Uh-huh.
good at looking at the foot
Mm-hmm.
and trying to find the balance. Now he still was gonna thinking he needed to put the frog on the ground,
Yeah.
but and he also realized with Chance that as he got older and his toes got out in front of him, that he had to leave his heels higher. He
Mm-hmm.
figured that out. So
Okay.
even the vet said his heels are too long, and my farrier says, but if I shorten his heels, his toe will go out in front of him.
Yeah, see,
So he figured some of this stuff out,
that's great.
but he got injured. He had a heart attack.
Oh,
And just
yeah,
after he got injured by a horse, he just wasn't the same.
wasn't the same.
Yeah. So anything, things changed. His son started taking over after he had a heart attack, and son really got into doing feet, but he's not his dad.
Yeah,
So along in that time is when I just said I have to do something, and that's when I just happened to discover you on Facebook.
okay. I'm glad you did.
So
I'm very glad you did and stuff, because boy, it's sure easy to go the wrong way, you know, and stuff, because everybody's trimming the heels out. Well, except for one girl who come along for a couple months and stole that and went off to make a bunch of money, taking advantage of people because she saw the writing on the wall. Hi, Lana. Um, yeah, she grows heels, but the rest of them pretty much don't. Um, so I'm glad you found us because frankly, this trimming the heels out of these horses been killing horses and maiming and laming and torturing and killing horses for 2.5 centuries now. And but hopefully the truth will win out in the end. We're hoping. So I find it interesting. Um, I just am looking at this foot because I want to remind people that you do have to clean up this area of the foot, so that I mean, it's good when everything's right to let it all get thick and just right, but you do have to clean up this area around the frog, the sole and stuff, so that it doesn't become just big, huge clumps. Because it can create pressure sores on the sole core. I mean, you wind up with abscesses, just so you know there. So I think you've done a really good job at cleaning this area up.
and for a older um, laminitic pony, and
Mm-hmm.
he really doesn't have any pony gene in him. He's actually a paint. Um,
Uh-huh.
but he and as many founders as he's had, luckily a lot of them were mild. Um, this horse has never had an abscess,
Well, that's great. See, because it's pretty much an epidemic everywhere else.
and I think Gordon might have had one in his lifetime of 22
Mm-hmm.
years, and
That's good.
um,
Yeah.
so
Now, this was six,
this was
seven.
back when I right before I started.
Okay. And so that's all grown out now,
Oh yeah,
isn't it?
oh yeah.
We're just going back down memory lane here. See what you started with, you know?
A mess.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? You know? But you had some heel because you were having your farrier leave heel. Was he
Well, I
was
mean,
leaving heel.
that's kind of normal though with a foundered horse. They just
Oh,
have,
that's right.
you know,
Yeah, they're rotating, so their foot is coming up in the back, and so they're leaving heel. They're like leaving heel, but it doesn't seem like they're growing toe as much.
so that's what my vet said. She said, you just those toes need to come back, and I'm like, I said, it's not the toes that need to come back; it's the back of the foot that needs to come back.
Yeah,
But then sometimes if you say the back of the foot needs to come back, then they want to take the heels back, which means they're taking the heels down, so you're right back to
But
square
see,
one.
right. Yeah.
when in that X-ray
Mm-hmm.
there at the back of the foot,
Yeah.
that is not there anymore.
Yeah. See, let's. I'm going to take a copy of this here and we're going to compare. Because that other X-ray the same foot? Looking at the same deal, I think.
Which
Let's-
other X-ray? Oh, the other X-ray for the back was Gordon's X-ray.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you don't have another x-ray. That's the x-rays they
That's
took
the
now.
that's the original X-rays that I had done right about the time I got started.
Okay. Wow. Well, I can't wait to see what this looks like.
But yeah, all that down at the back below the coffin bone,
Mm-hmm.
that um, is not there. It looks much cleaner back there. And I really think the shape of the back of his foot looks different too. From that X-ray.
Like this piece right here,
No, the whole back of his
the
foot.
whole back of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the shape is different.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, that'll be interesting to see.
but like I said, the column of bone itself is still pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
The rotation is the same. I think I don't know if that looked close enough, but this one's got a little ski tip on it, but I don't remember the current one that I think actually the tip of the coffin bone looked better. But um
Let's see. Well, see, what's nice is
because
that you haven't got.
she pulled this x-ray up and
Oh, okay.
we put the x-rays next to each other and looked at them side by side. So
See, I wanted to enlarge that. Did that work? Was that
yep,
enlarged?
yep, yep,
See, see, all in all, for a chronically foundered horse, you haven't got a bad coffin bone. You know,
yep,
I mean, because you see some of them that are half worn away, clear up to
yeah,
here. But what's interesting is now we know there's a foot over that internally, right?
yep,
So just looking at all this and everything, you wonder, like, how is that foot all crammed into a different shape? You know what I mean?
yep,
Because we have a good idea what the feet are shaped like, but when you see something like this, it makes you wonder, like, where is the foot in all of that? You know what I mean? Now, what I see is good is that I don't see a bunch of rotation in here. Like this is all pretty much still together. You may have some separation going here, but it doesn't look like the wall, like the coronary band here.
yeah,
Well, the coronary band's right here, but then you have the coronary band groove. Wait a minute, listen. Okay, so just a second. Okay, so you would have the coronary band like here. Okay, and then you have the coronary band groove like of the wall that goes like this. See? Now it looks like there's some soul build up right there. Because actually, the tip of this coffin bone right here should have been right here. See there?
yes,
And stuff. So when you get rotation clear up here, that's when it's just really, really, really bad and difficult because then the wall can't grow down straight. Like right now, it looks like it's still growing down straight. Like it has these little paps, and so then the tubule grows down like this. See? But if this area here flips up this way and this area rotates, then what happens is the wall has to, let's see, look for a good color. We use purple. Then instead of growing down like this, just a minute here, it has, because it rotated, this went up like this. Then instead of growing down like that, it has to go up over and down. See what I mean? Instead of growing straight down, because the wall of the coronary band groove, the coronary band and the little paps and all the little horn tubules growing straight down the way they're supposed to. Once this moves, this wall, and rotates up, then it's moved all these connections here. And so what you'll see, and I got some pictures of it somewhere, is
Yeah,
that,
yeah. Gordon's X-ray he had more of the lump at the coronary band than
okay.
Chance did.
And so, well, and it's not necessarily like a lump here,
Yeah,
like you'll get a lump here, but what it is when literally this foot rotates back so much
okay.
that it moves the coronary band here this way. And so the paps that feed the wall are dislocated. And so instead of growing down straight like this from the paps, they have to grow like this. See, they have to follow that trail like so.
The path of least resistance.
Well, it's not, no, that's still
Not
not
it.
what it is. It is that, let's see. Let's see if I can explain it again. Because it's kind of hard to grasp, to tell you the truth. Just a minute. Okay, so you have your coronary band here. Okay. And it's got all these little paps. And then from each one, there's a tube, horn tubule, that grows and gets fed and grows down. And that composes your wall. And so as long as the horse is alive, just a minute here. Now the wall, okay, the hoof wall starts up here and it comes around like that and then down. Okay, so this would be the thickness of the wall here. Okay, so if this rotates here, then it moves these little, it moves the horn tubules and puts them in a different position. Like, let's see, I'll draw it here. Okay, so let's say that wall rotated. Instead of being down like this, now it's over here. See, how it rotated?
Okay, so then it has no choice but to
Right. They
grow up
can't,
and down.
yeah, they can't grow down anymore. Let's see here. Yeah, they can't grow down like this anymore because they've been moved. So now they have to grow up like this and then down.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's why the dorsal wall seems to grow slower than the heels. Because another thing that happens is a lot of times the wall get all scrunched in right here. See, and then it just doesn't grow hardly at all, it seems like. So your foot would be, let's see here. So your foot would be here. Well, we'll do it like that. And then so here's this where the wall has separated in here. Okay, if it rotates clear up into here, that's when it's bad. But from what I see here, you have separation clear up into here, but it
Yes.
hasn't come up into here yet to where where your wall has moved and rotated. So so pretty much you're still growing down straight instead of going up like this and over and then down. Okay.
I
It's
mean, he did have like that major wedge in there. I mean,
mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see this right here.
yep, lots of separation. Yep.
Yeah.
Which is another amazing thing that he didn't get any abscesses, or he did have one bout with like white line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting too. Sometimes the sole will stretch out here too to where it'll even look like you have a tight white line. But then once you rasp into it, you'll see this laminar wedge here. But sometimes the sole will still stretch out and look tight, you know. Okay, well, do you think you'll have the x-ray by next week, maybe?
Maybe depends
Okay,
on. I'll text her and because I didn't think to ask her to send them to me. I'll need to text her, and then it's just a matter of her remembering and doing it.
okay. It's interesting all the buildup of this right here.
Like I said, that's gone now.
Yeah, see, that's great. What about the amount of wedge that you got?
So it's getting close to get
Better?
back to be an actual white line. I mean, every time I trimming, it's narrower and narrower and narrower.
Oh, good. Okay.
So I think so. The thing about taking the toe or leaving the toe, could that not depend on what is happening then in the front of the foot, where the rotation is and how much space? Because with
Ye-
him all along, I just kept feeling like his toes needed to come back.
Yeah, the thing that I worry about and why I get actually I'm paranoid about taking toes back on these kind of horses, and here's why. Okay. Uh I just which is just why I say exert extreme caution. Okay. Because of this. Let's see here. Let me do the annotate. Okay. So, how to explain this? So, the wall grows down. Let's see here. Let's make it green. The wall grows down from here. And right about here, the foot injects this rubber cement into the lamina of the wall to join the sole. See, here's your sole. Okay, to join the sole. The sole doesn't have the lamina leaves, but what it does is it injects this rubber cement that connects the sole into the wall right here. It just connects it into the lamina. Okay, and this is your white line, what they call the white line, but it's really yellow. Okay, that's the only thing that keeps the wall connected to the sole. Okay, and so if you take too much of this toe back when it's got these laminar wedges and stuff, and it disrupts this connection, it might not connect again. And then what do you have? You have the horse standing on the sole. Oh, well, here. Standing on the sole here, and no connection of the wall tight to the sole. As long, even if you got a laminar wedge, okay, and this connection here, you're still got you've still got that wall here anchored. Let's see, we'll do this. Anchored to this sole. Okay? And it's growing down, it's anchored to the sole, and then, it will still grow down past the sole. See what I mean? But if you're in a situation where you disrupt this connection too much by taking a toe back, like say to here, okay, then this wall grows down. If it doesn't if it winds up not reconnecting to that sole, then what you have is now you have a wall. You have a big heavy horse with the foot standing on the sole right here. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
But you have a wall that won't connect with the sole. And so then what you have is a wall that grows down, but there's no connection, and there gets this weight on it. And so then what does it start to do? It starts to flip up like this because it can't grow down. But see, now the horse is standing here, and wow, what really happens there? You can already see that the back of this foot is coming up like this. You figure you've got this laminar wedge here. Okay, well, that's a whole foot rotating. It's not just the front because there's a foot in there. And so that foot, it will rotate more this way. Meanwhile, the wall will start getting, well, it's trying to grow down this way, but it has a really hard time. And so it'll just start getting up more and more like this. And you see it. You see these all the time. And it can wind up having a laminar wedge that is, well, it can be clear in here with all this weird stuff here. See? Because the wall cannot grow down and connect to the sole anymore. And it has to be able to connect to that sole. But see now with your horse here, you're in pretty good shape because got to remember that they're wearing their toe away the whole time, and that is sole corium. And it's not just sole corium, it's that corium that injects that yellow glue into the lamina of the hoof wall to keep the hoof wall secured to the sole so that the hoof wall can grow down, connected to the sole, and past the sole and be worn or trimmed away. And so if the sole corium that does this process of emitting this yellow glue into that lamina of the hoof wall, if the sole corium is destroyed and the connection is destroyed, then you can't get that wall to reconnect. And so that's why I'm real like leery almost of dealing with these toes because if there's enough damage to the sole corium that you destroy the connection here. See, first of all, this also is what keeps your foot from rotating even more. See, because once you destroy this connection and the wall is not, uh, holding everything together right in here, it's easier for the foot to start sliding back this way even more, being pulled back this way even more. See, so you wind up with a situation of the wall coming up this way because it will not connect to the sole. And meanwhile, with every step, the horse is pulling his foot back this way and pulling the back of his foot up like that. That's why it seems like their heels grow because they're in real time pulling their foot out of the capsule, so to speak. So, and already there's some weird damage going on in the front here for it to even do that. And of course, also it does come from the back. I mean, look at all this. This is not supposed to be here. Look at the extreme uh really he's got uh extreme, let me see here. We'll do it in red. Uh Palmer angle. See, this is too much Palmer angle.
Yes.
You know, it should be about like so. But now that's interesting that I just drew that, right? Because look at this, where the look at the wedge, how it's the same, about the same width here. See that and that? Because the foot's pulling back and up like this, right? And the back is going up like this. Well, so you're gonna have the same amount of space right here as you do right here. Do you understand what I'm saying
Yeah,
there?
that makes total sense.
Okay. Um, yeah, it's worse than brain surgery.
So with him, I mean, I have always taken a little bit of toe, like an eighth to a
Sure.
quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
The thing about his toe is it never really broke over on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his toe just was not on the ground, um, because it had that little bit of a curl up.
Yeah.
He was breaking over on his sole, not on his toe as he walked.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so and
Yeah, right here.
yeah, I didn't get anywhere near his sole when I took toe off.
Mm-hmm.
And even this last couple of trims where he broke off was a quarter of an inch. So I still wasn't taking more than a quarter of an inch off of him
Uh-huh.
um, at a time. So it's not like I'm like, oh, we just take the whole toe off. I mean, I did it always very gradually. Um, but at one point, his he started out really well with his frog pulling back
Mm-hmm.
because I would go to trim the apex and my knife would just slip right underneath the apex.
Uh-huh.
It already shifted back. But in the hoof chat that we had where we talked about taking toe or not taking toe, and Devin suggested that he was ready to take the toe. At
Mm-hmm.
that point, the apex of his frog had moved forward.
Okay.
So,
Well, if it
so
moves, if the apex moves forward, that means that the foot slipped back. Do you understand what I'm
yeah,
saying? Because got to think of the capsule as a separate entity. All right. So let me do this here. I mean, I don't know for sure, but if the apex moved forward,
I mean, when you look at the picture, his frog looks much elongated, and it was not loose at the apex anymore. It was attached.
oh, okay.
So, and now it may have been a visual thing that it looked like it had moved forward, but it wasn't. It certainly was not moving back
Okay.
at that point.
Okay. Um, okay, so but this may not have happened or whatever, okay, but let's say your frog apex is here, okay? And for some reason it seems like it moved forward. If it seems like it would move forward, it would be because this foot moved back. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep, yep.
Um, or if it was or um God, I mean, I just look at this as if there's a foot in there and you could just take it out of a shoe. And the frog is, just part of the form-fitted shoe that fits on the frog corium of the foot, you know. And so if something happens where the internal foot moves back, it it could make the frog look like it was forward. Then again, it could just be, unbinding and stuff is loosening up as well. So, there's been lots of times I've seen my whole frog apex move back, meaning I didn't see it move back, but when I trimmed it, you could tell it wanted to move back. So that meant that my foot came back. My foot came back. See, because here's your frog corium, right? And so if the foot, let's see, let's say, well, if it moved forward, let's think about this. See, these feet will just deceive you left and right. Look at this. I wonder if it was this. Because what you're doing was cleaning all this stuff up, cleaning up the frog, trying to get the back of the foot to unbind, right? And so let's see here. Okay, so we already know. Let's do this. Wait a minute. Clear. If it seemed to move forward, let's look at this here. Okay, so there's the angle of your coffin bone, which we know is too steep, right?
Yes.
So so if it lowered, if it lowered, that could that could make that frog look forward, more forward too, do you think?
That would make sense.
You know, like if it settled and the back of the foot opened and kind of pushed forward a little bit, you know, and see, originally your frog is say here, okay? If the foot settled down a little, then that would make that frog maybe look forward a little bit. Anyway, it's just some thoughts, trying to figure out what's moving around in these feet and what the capsule's doing. That's all. But that's interesting that it looked like the frog apex moved forward in a foot.
I mean, I really would need to pull all those pictures together and look at them next to each other to see. But just looking at the foot, it to me started looking like the frog was elongating, as opposed to coming back more.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Elongating.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So what
I mean,
this
could
is
that
this
be the back of the foot pulling back?
yes, that's another thing too. Okay, so you got this frog, and now the back of the foot releases, and it'll stretch that frog.
Yeah, but
It's
typically, does that not pull like I said, for a long time, I could just slip the knife right under his apex. It was not attached.
not all the time. It can still be
Stay
attached.
attached.
But what one thing that I started seeing on my horse was it looked real weird, kind of grainy looking
Yes.
and odd, but it was still attached, but the foot had changed. The whole back of the frog had moved backwards. See? So if the back of the foot has moved, it can pull the frog apex with it, but the front of the frog could still be attached. You know. Sometimes it is like you say, you'll just find a little flap, but once you really start trimming into them and once you're really keeping tabs on these frogs, then it can start to behave a little differently, you know. So,
Well, while I was looking through the pictures trying to see if I could see a difference, I actually found pictures of that horse we looked at with the trying to develop the canker.
Okay.
You want me to send? I took
Yeah.
I took a full set of his. Um, let me see if I can find where I'm starting from.
Okay.
I'll send those to you. Um,
See, this is what you do. You just sit around and look at these pictures for hours and try and figure out what's going on.
I kept thinking as many horses' feet as I see, I said I could probably take sets of some really interesting feet.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to make sure I have them all turned the right way where they're easier to see.
See, now later we're gonna look at the horses on the Parthenon. Um, so the Parthenon, which was the most elaborate, beautiful temple ever built in Greece, was actually built before Cassanophon was born, or he would have been just a child, very young child, um, by the time it was finished. And so I've been looking at the horses. There were over 250 horses surrounding the top of the Parthenon. And so I've been looking at these horses for quite a while. And you know how we've been into this thing of notches, trying to figure out these notches and how these horses are notching their feet. We start looking at the horses of the Parthenon, and while their feet are all the same, their feet are all different. Like they didn't make their feet all exactly the same. They used all like one horse can have he can have one foot with big notch out of it and another foot that doesn't. Do you know what I mean? They were into realism. And so it's really interesting looking at the different feet on the horses to see how these horses self-trimmed, because that is what they did. They self-trimmed. All their horses self-trimmed. Uh, I mean, you can look at them and tell it sure doesn't look like they were trimming these horses. Okay, so did you send a picture?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I was
sent
noticing that. Oh, go ahead.
I sent the first set I sent are his front feet, and the second set I sent are his back feet.
Wow, this is just horrendous. Um, poor horses. Just a minute here, and I will share.
So I took those pictures on September the 7th.
Wow.
And
Holy buckets.
Yeah, poor kid,
I
poor
was trying
thing.
to find the date that I sent those first pictures, if I can find them.
Oh, and you can just see the pressure up into the coronary band here, because they're besides trimming the heels out, they're also taught to trim the sole out and mount the wall on the shoe so that the wall is forced to bear weight. And so since the wall is dovetailed, then the wall jam. I mean, look at the growth ring. See how it's all compressed up in there. Wow, that's really horrendous. But lots of horses that run around out there. Or well, you know, wow. Yep, just constantly taking them heels down. I'm surprised that's just sad.
And he's a probably 15-1, 15-2 chunk of a quarter horse.
Mm-hmm.
Feet are tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, he should have. You see, this is what's amazing is Valor's feet are getting huge. I mean, and now I'm really seeing, it used to be that they'd expand and contract with the weather, but now that glommed onto this, oh, we have to move the whole frog. All right. And as his frog has moved back into place, now his cartilages are staying extended even in dry weather. See? So yeah, this horse has much bigger foot, but it's all just curled in and compressed and folded into this little tiny capsule. Poor guy.
So the first pictures I sent you were August the 27th, and these were
My
taken
God, that's horrible.
7th.
Wow.
And he had his feet done, shoes pulled about almost 2 weeks ago.
Hey, you know what? But see, I'm at the place now that I have learned so much history about what they did to us, what they did to these farriers, you know, that I actually feel so sorry for these farriers, which that for me, yeah, okay, um, that their knowledge, these people, we don't even realize how important these people were back then. And, the number of freaking horses, and how they kept them going. Um, and how their knowledge was just basically stripped away from them, and they were forced to start trimming the stability out of these horses' feet. Uh, and to where, okay, so then after generation, that knowledge was lost, and the schools freaking, I'm gonna tell you right now, okay, I'm not a big one for academia. Okay. Um, the schools, all right, replaced the farrier knowledge. Don't think they wouldn't today too. See, they want to get a hold of it so bad so that you have to have a degree. They'd love that, you know. But the schools, that's what they did. They got a hold of the farrier knowledge in the 1700s. I've documented all out. And they replaced the true knowledge with this crap that produces this here. And so these horses live longer because they don't really work like the horses back then did. You know, I mean, we're talking about they took a horse at 2 years old, started showing him then, okay, and he was put into service, work. Okay, it's a lot different than what we do. What we do is not comparable to what they did. Okay, uh, we don't use horses as our car, you know, and stuff, and so uh, just the amount of horses. When you read Bracy Clark's rendition of the life of these horses, knocked down to 6 to 8 years, if that. Okay. Uh, and how they had to breed horses in mass just to keep going. See, uh, because they were crippling them uh, because of what they had forced the farriers to start doing and then put it in the schools, and then within a generation that the true farrier knowledge was pretty much lost, and the doctrine of the schools took over, and it was horrendous. And this is what it produced right here. Yep. It's like Bracy Clark said in his first book. He says he came to realize that the reasons put forth by the Smiths for why the feet of these horses was contracted was not real. And at first, he thought for sure it was the way the shoes were nailed to the foot. Okay. But within 20 years, sometime within the next 20 years, he came to understand it was the frog pressure doctrine, trimming the heels down, trimming the buttress out of the foot that was doing it. See? Uh yeah. So, but of course his method and his ways never got promoted. Um and now all the people that trim the heels out like to quote him. Look, Bracy Clark was against shoes. No, he wasn't. Okay. He had several shoeing establishments. Okay. See, they like to quote these people, whether it's Kosanapon or, you know, the hoof gurus like to quote them, and then they do the exact opposite of what the people are actually saying. It's like a method of the fact that they are deceived, and then it deceives us as well. So, yeah, this is just poor guy, poor horse. And of course, this is common. Look on Facebook. Go look at the canker pages. Okay? There are people that wish they had this foot. Yeah, just utterly sad and ridiculous. So, well, thank you for sharing this. Um, wow. Yeah, the poor farrier, you know. Uh, and how, okay, so here's the shoe off. Yeah,
Well, this is the
yeah,
back feet. This is the back
yeah,
feet. So in a lot of these pictures from the sides, you can see where the coronary band is separated.
yeah,
That's the foot trying to pull up, isn't it?
yeah. Well, and
Not to
a
mention
lot,
all the damage that's at the back of the foot.
yeah, a lot of what it is the foot is forced down to the ground. And so the horse is walking on the, like Casanova said, uh, pay special attention to the feet, that they are high in front and high behind, because high ones, heels, keep the frog, as it is called, well up off the ground, but low ones have the horse walking on the hardest and softest part of the foot at the same time, and they are like cripples among men. See? So that is exactly what's happened to this horse, because the heel buttress that supports his whole foot and keeps his foot up where it's supposed to be has been trimmed out of him, and taken that foot and forced it, taking the bulbs that should be up here off the ground and forced it onto the ground with the mistaken belief that this will build up the digital cushion and this will make the frog strong. No, ultimately, this is what it does right here. There's lots of horses like this. It's an epidemic. See, I mean, like, wow. Wow. Poor guy. Yeah, he's just wearing his foot. He's just wearing his foot off, his literal foot off. See, this area right here should be clear up here, off the ground. Wow.
This horse has kissing spine as well.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, I'm sure. Kissing spine is they have to adapt to try and use their feet, because their feet aren't working right. So that affects on up the leg, into the back, the shoulders, everything. Poor guy. Yeah, all thanks to a bunch of jerks in the 18th century. Yep. Who I'm working to expose, along with Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Okay. Mr. Jackson, who, again, I will remind people why I'm on to that guy, is because he claimed to do all this research on wild horse hooves. He claimed in his first book, The Natural Horse, and see that this perpetuated. We were getting out of this. There were people that were doing a double think on this whole trim the heels down for frog pressure thing, and we were getting out of it till Mr. Jackson came along with his book The Natural Horse, wherein he claimed to have thoroughly measured, examined, and photographed with BLM the hooves of 107 wild horses recently captured from off the outback. Okay. But not one picture of any of those feet in his book. He said 107 horses or over 400 hooves, 100 times 4 feet. That's over 400, right? If you do 107. Didn't want to use a calculator, I guess. We could get that exact. 107 times 4. What is, anybody know what that is? Thoroughly measured, examined, and photographed. Not one photo. Instead, what we have is the anatomical perfect model is the rear foot of a one dead wild mare that died in a roundup that wasn't even at the same place where he is supposed to have done all this research, but at a different location of BLM. And the rear foot, mind you, the rear foot, which we all know that rear feet are different than front feet. And interestingly enough, many horses will founder and rotate in the front feet and not in the rears. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so he had 3 editions of this same book. 1992 says he measured, examined, and photographed. Oh, thoroughly. Forgot the word thoroughly. The feet off of 107 wild horses. Okay, he republished the book 5 years later in 1997 with a lot of ads selling stuff and with endorsement by a German veterinarian by the name of Hildred Strasser. And so he republished the same book, didn't change a word, and didn't add any photos. 107 wild horses over 400 feet of horses recently caught from the outback. Well, dude, it's not called an outback in America, but oh well. Okay, so then he gets popular, the method spreads, and 20 years later, he publishes the same book again, The Natural Horse. But he figures, I guess, well, gee, nobody confronted me about the fact that there was not one photo in either of those first 2 editions. What the heck? Let's up the number to 225 horses and over 1,000 feet. And so in that 3rd edition in 2020 of The Natural Horse, he ups the number to 225 horses and over. It done in 2 years. In the first book, it was just done in 1 year. In the 3rd book, first and second, 3rd book, he had to stand. Better tell him it was. I did this in 2 years' time, and it was 225 horses and over 1,000 feet that I thoroughly measured, examined, and photographed. Not, well, now there was the opportunity to add a photo, at least one, but not even one. See, not one photo. But that's not the half of it. See, many, 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 many other discrepancies, contradictions. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to get a few hundred of us together to write, and each of one of us individually write to him and ask him for documentation. See? Because and I've told this story before, that Janet Dare, see, I told her about this when I was first glomming onto it a couple years ago. And so she wrote to him to ask him uh, why the discrepancy. And I'm glad she did, because knowing me, I would have thought about it and thought about it and thought about it and rethought about it and still wouldn't have done it. Um, so until I got everything just perfect, because that's the way I am. And so she wrote to him, and he wrote back and said he didn't really understand where that number came from. He thinks it was just the publisher. He didn't have anything to do with the final say of the book. Yeah, oh baloney, because then I called the illustrator that he blamed it all on, and the guy said, yeah, the author has the final say of everything. See? And so he just made up a bunch of excuses for why there were no pictures. Well, you know what? I want to see some pictures. You claimed, because now here's the deal. I have lots of pictures of wild horse feet, and they all show that they have a ton of heel. Not only that, in that book, he never said they didn't have any heel at all, like he's saying in his interviews now. He said all heel height was relatively the same on all the horses. But the picture he shows of that one dead wild horse foot and the pictures he drew of it, the horse has no heels, walking on his bulbs just like this. See? And now what happens? Now I get a book that he just wrote called Horse Trek. Don't buy it. Don't give the guy another dime. Okay, called Horse Trek Into the Mystic, where we find that this guy got hit in the head in Korea, ran into the back of a helicopter prop, and started having visions that guided him for 10 years into being a farrier, and that he based his whole book, The Natural Horse, on, like all of it, on an entity that he said led him the whole way. See, uh, yeah, it's pretty disgusting. If I wanted to get into a religion, I would have gone to church. I didn't know that I was being fed a religion with a hoof trimming method that was not based on science, but based on either a real spiritual entity that was pretty stupid or really evil did guide him, or he's mentally ill. So, you know, and stuff, because that entity told him horses have no heels. Okay. That's the final outcome that he came up with. And this is the result that we're getting from this guy who did not did not do the kind of research that he claims. If so, where are the pictures? I want to see the pictures. So, uh, you know, what I want to see is I want to see class action lawsuits against these people. That's what I want. Who the heck are they to pull this crap on us? This is supposed to be science. And see, he said, I measured, examined, and photographed. Where are the pictures? Where? See, you've made everybody think that you did a scientific approach to this. Where are the pictures? Because now we have lots of wild horses and they have heels, for crying out loud. And so this foot here is the ultimate result of what happens when you are teaching people to trim the heels out of the horse and force the horses to walk on their bulbs. So, anyways. Okay, so, well, Kathy, I really appreciate you sharing that.
You're very welcome. And I can, take pictures of more interesting feet when I come
Hey,
across them.
you know what? That would be wonderful,
Okay.
because these are a great testimony to what happens when you force these horses to walk on their bulbs. See, very sad deal. Okay, well, let's see here. Okay, so let's see. Who's owner?
It's me, Linda. Marilyn.
Oh, okay.
I got a different laptop and I haven't figured out how to get my name on it yet.
Okay. Well,
It's
I'm glad
me.
you finally got it going.
And me too.
Okay, well, let's talk to Lynn. Lynn, what have you been up to? Can you hear me?
Hi, Linda. Yes, I have been writing like crazy. I've been writing more than anything else, and the horses are sound, so I'm happy with that. We got
Great.
some moisture just last night, so yes, I think I can get some good tears because I'm really interested in your comments. Um, I think I'm doing pretty good with the heels.
Uh-huh.
I think one of my older mares, I think I bound her feet up by not trimming her frog. You know,
Oh
we've
yeah,
talked a
that'll
little
do
bit
it.
about maybe I created a frog bound situation, and I need to get pictures of her. She had an unfortunate accident, and oh, she crushed the right side of her head, and so she's blind in the left eye now, and
Aw.
she's really very tentative about people handling her, but she's got the feet that have never had shoes, have never been aggressively trimmed, but I'm sure her feet are still bound. I mean, I'm so unhappy with her heels. There's a little bit of height. They really pinch together towards the midline.
Uh-huh.
So I need to figure out how to safely get my head down there and get some pictures and share those with you in the group. So
Well,
that,
that'd be great.
that has, her thinking that I frog bound her has really changed how I train the other guys. I pay close attention to the frog and try to trim it with my angle grinder appropriately. And so I'm really interested in your comments on how I'm
Yeah.
doing because you never know. I mean, every time you share something, every time I'm able to come to a hoof chat, there's some new observation I can make, and I'm so grateful for that.
Well, that's
So
awesome.
I got to get some pictures and get some more observations from you guys.
Well, I'd like to see
Oh,
them. Ah, there. Let's get my
yeah.
phone on there. Well, I'd like to see
Oh,
them for sure, and I'm
oh,
especially interested in this Mary you were just talking about.
yeah,
See,
and
see
she's
this.
always,
What?
yeah, well, she's always, I would describe, kind of has that walk on eggshells look, but there's no overt lameness. She just soft steps. And I think I've bound her up just inadvertently.
Yeah, that. Oh, that could be.
Makes me sad.
You know, cause so you imagine that the foot keeps growing, or the foot is supposed to be one place, and even like when you're restoring heels, the foot's gonna move. But it's like I say, these feet are like a Rubik's cube. You know, the frog is
Yes,
like it's like a total truth. Like each side of the Rubik's cube is like a heel, and then the center is the frog. You know, and so you imagine then they've got their foot inside there, and you have restored some heel to them. So each heel has come up, but the center of the foot is still being held under where it's attached to the old original placement of the frog on the capsule because the capsule's like a shoe, you know. And so I could see why
yeah,
she might walk on eggshells, maybe because every time she walks, it feels like the frog corium is pulling out of the old frog. Does
yeah. I
that make
mean,
sense?
it makes perfect sense. I just, kick myself. I'm pretty much a minimalist, so I've never been a heel chopper, and
That's
I've
okay. That's
inadvertently
good. That's
screwed
good.
her up. So, but the other
That's
guys seem to be good.
yeah, see, that's good. But as but then like their frog can still be like bound underneath. Like, okay, I'm trying to think of this gal's name because she's a vet too. Um, Susan Lanny. Okay, she's a she's a member. Well, I think she still is. So what happened was, um, we had a gal whose name I don't remember, which I would not mention anyway, who uh and this was kind of going on under my nose, but I didn't really realize it because I had this other friend named Penny Mecklenburg, and this is out in California, and Penny would tell me about this gal that was with Tack that was trimming for her, and then but she was not satisfied because the gal was not trimming the frog, and so I was like, so like after she'd leave, she'd trim the frog, you know, and
Good.
uh, uh so anyway, kind of ultimately what happened was she was claiming to do the tack trim but never trimming the frog. Well, then she started trimming for this gal that was a vet, and this gal had a young horse, and she never trimmed the frog. And man, it by the time I started seeing, see, this gal started getting a hold of me and saying, my horse has been tack trimmed ever since he was a colt. Then all of a sudden, the pieces, when I found out who's trimming them and how she's trimming for this other gal and everything, all the pieces started fitting together that she never trimmed this colt's frog, and it really messed up his feet bad. And
I, I get it. I think that's exactly what I did, and I feel terrible, but you don't know what you don't
you
know.
don't
But
know what you
the
don't
other
know.
horses, they get their frogs trimmed.
Yeah, well, look at
Yeah,
how did
yeah,
I
for
feel?
sure.
You know, because this gal's telling me he was tack trimmed, and then I'm putting the pieces together. Okay, this gal's in California, that gal's in California, this gal is trimming that horse, this gal's trimming this horse. And that's when, I mean, and I was already seeing that, hey, you got to trim these frogs for these feet to grow, you know, and stuff, or so they don't get bound. But that really drove it home. And man, I felt terrible, because it was bad, 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 bad.
Well,
In fact, I should show some
she
pictures
did
of it.
the,
Um,
yeah, she bastardized it, not you. So don't, no
well,
point for you feeling bad. She's the one who changed it, but
Well, I
yeah.
should have been on top of that. When the one gal is telling me, well, so and so is claiming is doing tack, but she won't trim the frogs. You know, uh,
Well,
because so
yeah, I,
anyway, live and learn, I guess. Let me see if I can find a
yeah,
picture of
we
that.
do what we can.
Yeah, yeah, and and the thing was, I never I wrote something about this, but I never said any names at all. Okay. And the gal that was doing the trimming got her panties in a ruffle and left the group and called me some names. And, I didn't mention her name. I just said, you have to
I
trim
would,
these frogs, and
and I'd
stuff.
say good
So,
riddance to her.
yeah, good riddance, and stuff. Instead, why don't you just like start trimming frogs? See that
Right, right.
this whole thing, tact is not what I call eclectic. Now, what does eclectic mean? Let me show you here. Okay, it's like the word empirical. Like, what the heck does that even mean? I had to look it up, and it's something we all do every day. Oh, learn by observation and experience. Duh. Okay, but they got to make big words for us, so that we can be stupid and they can be smart. And so, let's see, what was I gonna look up? What was that word I was gonna look up?
Eclectic,
Oh, eclectic.
eclectic.
Yes, eclectic definition. Okay, let's see here. Let me get the the sheer going. Eclectic. Yes, it's tact is not eclectic, my people. Okay, eclectic means deriving ideas, style, or taste from a broad and diverse range of sources. Let me say that again. Deriving ideas, style, or taste from a broad, diverse range of hoof gurus. Okay? Put it like that. So, I don't know what Pete Ramey's like now, but he was Don't Trim the Frog for a while. And there's a bunch of them that kind of like that. Oh, don't trim the frog, you know. So she would have picked that from another source. Okay. Um, no, we don't do that. This is research for sure, but we're not going to go back to the old guard and go, oh, well, I kind of like what he said. I think I'll do that. Well, I'm sorry, but that would not be anatomically correct. And I have done many, many things to prove that, you know, or try to anyway, you know. Um, and so no, tact is not eclectic. Well, we'll take a little bit of Pete Ramey and oh, we're going to take this idea from David Landerville and hey, we're going to take this idea from equine podiatry over here because, you know, blah blah blah. No, that's
Well,
not what we're at here. So
well, you can't go wrong staying true to the anatomy.
yeah, no, but the problem is that they all kind of claim that, you know, and stuff, but in
Mhm.
reality, uh their foundation their foundation is okay, going back to the first veterinary schools is incorrect, so the foundation has to be okay. What do you do when the foundation on your house has a problem, right? You have to go in there and repair it, so we need to repair the foundation that was laid in these first vet schools by coming to a real understanding of what they did back then that nobody knows about so that we can get this straightened out and hopefully in academia too, which you would know about because I see those little letters next to your name there, right? DVM. Okay. So
Been tortured.
guilty. No, just joking.
Yeah, I've been tortured. I've been tortured by, I mean,
Yeah,
scientific papers can be massaged too. If you're reading a study from a big pharma company, you better take their results with a grain of salt. And so, I think the proof is in the soundness of our animals and the improvement and the rehab that we get. So,
exactly.
yeah,
Exactly
I'm a
right.
skeptic.
You know, and stuff. So we need to go back. See, that's what I've been doing. Like, and I have people telling me, oh, yeah, just move on and just worry about the foot or something like that. Well, no, we need to know how we got here. See, we need to know why is tact right? Why is veterinary science and farrier science and supposed the whole gamut of equine podiatry and the Jamie Jackson, why are they wrong? Why? Okay, so in order to really understand that, you have to go clear back to where the error crept into the schools to begin with, which was in 1754 with a guy named uh, Etienne Guillain Lafosse, who was the farrier veterinarian to the King of France. Okay, and his little booklet um, on experiments on horses that had in it another little ditty that said a new way of shoeing. That is what led to the disaster. And so, see, I'm documenting this going clear back into the schools. And that was before the first vet school started because the farriers were the horse veterinarians. And so it was when the Science Academy, the first Science Academy that came in was the French school. And they were not really based on empirical evidence. They were based on sitting around and reasoning and, taking your snooze box and taking a little snort and sneezing and sitting around and having little discussions with one another. And so the ideas that came out of them a lot of times were not scientific fact. And so, but what happened was then the schools got established right after right after Foss come up with his crazy idea on how to shoe horses. And they took his idea right into the veterinary school. See, so what they were doing, they were coming in there to take medicine away from the farriers. See, up until that point, the farriers were the horse doctors, but these guys thought the farriers were a bunch of ignorant sots. They literally say so. Okay, bunch of illiterate, ignorant sots who base everything on empirical evidence. See, that confused me when I first read that because I thought, well, now wait a minute, you're a science academy, aren't you? Aren't you supposed to base your knowledge on empirical evidence? Now, what is empirical evidence? Well, let's look that weird word up. I remember when I first saw that word, I thought, ooh, that's scary. These people must be really smart. Let's see, Now, maybe some of you know what it is. I'm sure you do. I didn't. I was like, ooh, it's a strange word. Empirical. Ooh, don't know if I can even touch that. Based on, concerned with, or verifiable by observation or experience rather than theory or pure logic. Oh, you mean something that us dummies do every single day? Okay. See, but they got to use a big fancy word so that we will think they are the smart ones because they have the degree and they teach in the higher learning halls. Ooh, they're doing it by empirical evidence. It's like the word science. What's the word science mean? Well, it's a Latin word that means knowledge. Duh. But see, they have science and their empirical evidence. Okay. But what is that supposed to be based on? Concerned with verifiable by observation or experience rather than theory or pure logic. That is something the common human does every single day. It's called common sense. See?
But that's not so common anymore. And I think people's perception of what's right gets in their way of seeing and believing and understanding what's right.
Yeah.
They want to be part of the herd, Some
Yep.
important person says, X is right when it's completely off the mark, and they just believe it. They're pathetic.
Yeah. Well, they're led to believe that way because because we go to school where you have the authority who has been trained by another authority. Okay. And so we trust these people to tell us the truth. And of course, they think they're telling us the truth too. But a lot of times, many things that people have been led to believe, if you follow it way back to where it originated from, it was never right or true at all. And yet it got pushed into the schools. It got pushed into the school. And so, when you come to a subject and you don't know nothing about it to begin with, and you got this professor or school teacher or whoever, and they're telling you this is the way it is, and you see, children, everybody in a way is like a child. Okay, because like children, they don't know anything about most anything to begin with, right? So you send them to school where they should be learning to read and write and arithmetic. Okay. But they can be taught other things that maybe aren't exactly what you would be wanted them to be taught, you know? Um, and so they don't know the difference. So they just accept what the teacher says. Okay, well, it's no difference. You're a human and there's subjects you know nothing about. And like you're a horse owner, and so you don't know anything about horses' feet. And so you trust that authority, you know. And so then let's say in the case of you've been having your horse shot or whatever, and then all of a sudden somebody comes along and says, no, we got this natural trim and all this stuff. Well, that sounds good. And so you don't assume that this person that's teaching you is incorrect. You assume that they've got a bunch under their belt and they're right, you know. So because you didn't know anything about the subject, then you believe what they tell you. But then you start seeing things like, why is my horse sore after every trim? You know, things like that. And then you start questioning, see? And so then what happens to a lot of people is, well, these same people that were taught, see, like it's a form of deception that gets carried on from one person to the next. And so when these people then start seeing, well, this isn't working, why not? Well, it can't be the trim, it must be diet. See? And so that's what they've wound up doing, is blaming this on everything under the sun, but what it is, and that is our knowledge is screwed up, and we need to go back to the drawing table and rethink some things. See? And so we want to go back to the drawing table. We want to go back. I got it completely figured out, like something like 2,169 years. So let's go back 1,269 years. I'm going to take you back right now. And we're going to look at what the horse's foot is really like, okay? Just a second here. Let me open up this file. Yeah, da-da. Um, does anybody live in Nashville or close to it? Nashville, Tennessee? Do you know that they have that they have a complete replica of the Parthenon in Athens, Greece, in Nashville, Tennessee,
I've
complete with a
actually seen it. I've been there and seen
really?
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that'd be awesome. I'd love to go see it.
That's pretty cool. If you get back there, definitely make an effort to go see it.
I will. Well, you know that it's got over 250 horses
Mm.
around the top of it.
It's, that's pretty high though, I have to say.
Yeah, you can't
You would
really
need
see them.
you need a zoom lens if you're looking at feet for sure.
Yeah. Well, so we're going to look at some of those feet because it's pretty interesting. Let's see here. Um, you know what? If a person had, oh, what are those things that fly around? A drone camera. You could go there and take a drone and go around the top and take pictures of all those horses, the way they've replicated them. I don't know if they've been able to replicate them exactly, though, but probably pretty darn close. I mean, I wonder how much that thing cost, you know?
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So where am I? Okay, we're going to the file of the Greeks. Just a minute here. Share. Okay, so we are just gonna, I got some people pictures in here too. Get down here a little ways. Okay, let's start here. This is probably my favoriteest picture. Let's see. Okay, where does share button go? There you are, hiding on me here. Now I just noticed this. Well, I had been noticing anyway that all the horses' feet were different. And then like the same but different. Like it would be on a real horse that's self-trimmed, you know? Um, okay. So this is one that I really like the most because it shows such definition in the feet. See, and it makes them all just a little bit different. The same but different. All of them are described exactly like Cassano Fan described a war horse's feet should be. Okay. Uh, but these were carved before he came along and said that. So the truth about the horse and what his foot should be like is written in stone, carved in marble. How cool is that, really? That that we can get back to actually knowing what their feet, the basic proportions. See, the Greeks were big on proportion. Okay. Well, look at the humans. See, and each horse is a little bit different, and just the motion that they had, and again, over 200 and well up to 250, well either 220 or 250 horses that surrounded the Parthenon. Now, think about it is, hold on here, let me find, well, this is in the British Museum, shows, of course they went over there and robbed it, because they could. Okay, so let's see. But everything was just falling to ruin. You know how that is. Like, is anybody else? Let me see if I'm doing the right thing here. Okay. Does does anybody else have stuff that they threw out a long time ago that they considered as being worthless that you wish you had now?
Oh, yeah.
I knew you would.
I keep everything.
Yeah, okay.
That's the
So,
problem.
yeah, I don't need these comic books. I don't need these baseball cards and grandpas. Junk.
I had an original Mickey Mantle baseball card.
Oh my God.
Had gone.
Oh yeah. Ow. See, well, the Greeks are no different, right? That temple just became obsolete, right? So what the heck? What does it matter if, you know, the English come over and say, "Hey, let's pick all this stuff off of the ground, go put it in a museum." Here we go. Or so this surrounded the top of the Acropolis, and then there was another thing. Okay, there was in Pergamum. Okay, here's what the Germans did. Okay, so in Pergamum, there's some guy over there in the 1800s, and he got to digging around, and he found this thing called the altar of Zeus. Okay, and so the Germans went over there and dug it up and brought it back over to Berlin and set it up. Now you ought to see that thing. All right. Okay. So so a lot of these artifacts and things, which Pergamum would be Turkey now. Okay. But so this is this was around the top of the Pergamum. No, what's the name of that thing I was just talking about? Parthenon. Parthenon. So let's take a look at the Parthenon. Just a minute here. Okay. Well, here's the one in, well, that's the one in whatchamacallit. Just a minute here. Well, look at this one. This is the one in Greece. Hold on. Now, this was a temple dedicated to a goddess. I think it was Athena, um, who was also the goddess of war, by the way. Just a minute, share. Okay, so this was finished like in 437 BC, thereabouts. Okay. And so you see this up here. Okay. That's where all these horses were that are now in the British Museum. I'm figuring, I'm guessing that part. Okay. But I noticed they're gone, you know. Yeah. They're kind of gone there. Okay. But can you imagine building this? Okay, so this was their religion, and they the this testament to the horse in Greece, and this is before Alexander the Great. Okay, so what must they thought of the horse to put 250 some horses surrounding the top of this thing, right? Um, so okay, so this is a copy of it in Nashville, Tennessee. This is what would have been along the top of it. See, now I'd really like to see the hooves on these centaurs to see if they had heels. Okay, but we can look at these. Well, look. See, as Xenophon said, okay, don't look at that. As Xenophon said, but of course the Greeks aren't realists, right? See, these human beings are, well, these are the gods, but the gods look like humans, right? Okay, so you can see, look at this foot here. Okay, kind of pixelated, but what you see is exactly what Xenophon described years later, many years later, when he said, when looking at the foot of the warhorse, you must not fail to notice. That is what he said. You must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high in front and high behind. Here, let's draw it. Just a minute here. Okay. We're going to draw the foot. Oh, can't draw it with that, with a straight line. Never mind. Let's see here. Let me get a different thing. Okay. There we go. Okay. High in front. Here's the front. And high behind. Here's the behind. Okay, so with the frog well up off the ground. Okay, high in front and high behind. High heels with the frog well up off the ground. Because low ones, remember, what would that do? That would take this cartilage here. That would take this cartilage here and pull it down to the ground. If you cut the heels out of this horse, force this cartilage up here down to the ground so that the horse is walking on his bulbs. And you get the kind of foot exactly like what was shared with what Kathy shared with us. So, hmm,
Linda, I have a question.
yeah,
I've got one horse that he's got pretty nice heels. I'll get some pictures and get those shared, but sometimes it seems like okay, when they're growing and he's a little bit overdue for a trim, it seems like they're kind of wanting to shoot themselves forward. And I'm wondering, if, I mean, okay, they're overdue for a trim, so I'm copping to that. When I travel for work, that happens sometimes,
yeah.
and it's kind of our life. But I'm wondering if that is everything hardening up in the foot from the New Mexico dryness and frog being hard and everything being pulled under, or if I should have notches in there to kind of prevent that, or what. I mean, I'm just wondering if that's just kind of the natural way they're growing when they're too long, because they can be too long, I think.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
because
any thoughts on that?
the foot grows down and forward, so that's they're naturally going to eventually get a little leverage on them and get pulled forward. And then that's why too later if they got enough movement, they'll notch out. They'll notch out right behind, right in the quarter, in the back of the quarter, and into the heel and stuff, so that
Yeah,
it
and
doesn't
they
pull the heel forward.
okay, so it's not necessarily something I'm completely missing the boat on. It's
No,
just a
and
little bit too long, and
yeah, no, and
that's
my horse
okay.
does the same.
Okay.
And I'm in a more wetter climate. My horse does the same. In fact, he's doing the same right now because I haven't trimmed him for 4 or 5 weeks. Um, so yeah, my horse does the same because the foot grows down and forward. So
Okay, and
eventually
then
that leverage just starts pulling it forward. But that's when uh the walls get so that then they'll start chipping away on the sides if they get enough movement. So,
yeah, they make their own beautiful notches. When I try to help them with a notch, I look to see where the coronary band kind of has a hairline elevation and
mm-hmm.
notch below that, but I don't know any other landmarks to use for putting a notch in besides that upwards bulge. Any thoughts there?
Can you say that again?
So I watch the hairline now because that's something, you've taught me to observe. And the hairline looks, pretty nice, and then boom, we get kind of an upward bulge. So it's almost, let's say, horizontal to the ground, not exactly, but almost.
Uh-huh.
And as you're going around the foot circumferentially, and then you kind of get that upwards bulge a bit. That's usually where I try to put a notch in if I think, that I've got the heels shooting forward and they're a little bit overdue for a trim, and a notch might help. So I try to target it under that upwards bulge of the hairline.
So has that seemed to help?
From what I can tell, yes. I need to be a little bit more diligent with photos. I think it does, but the notching, I know it. I wish they would all do it themselves, but sometimes that doesn't, happen. And so when I
Well,
try to help, I'm not sure how much help I give them.
sometimes one thing I've seen about the notching is a lot of times we're putting the notch too far forward and stuff,
Okay.
which we're going to look at that and stuff because you'll see it in some of these Greek feet on this. Well, like this is the one in Nashville. Okay. Now, it makes me go, surely these have to be fake columns, right? They can't be real. I wonder if they were real stone columns like the Greeks made, or if they're just like stucco, you know, and
I don't
stuff. Because
know.
can you imagine what that would cost to build that building? I wonder what that thing costs, and I wonder who built it, and like whose idea was this to build this massive pagan temple? You know,
It's money, Nash.
well,
Mm.
some people have more money than what they need. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
just interesting. Bring it and build it right there. That's just real interesting. I'd never have looked up who built it or why, you know. Okay, so let's look at some more pictures here. So here we got some of those that are along the side there. And of course, we're going to always see heels, but do 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 do. Okay, there's another foot. Again, Carson, this one you see is now look. This is so interesting. Look at that foot, people. What do you see there? And now that isn't just because the stone got chipped away. Okay, because I've watched, seen enough of these feet to know that they purposely put notches in these feet. Man, I think something bit me. Got something in my hand here. So that's pretty interesting right there. And see, they made them all just a little different. Okay, this is Epona, mother of horses. Okay, now this is older, an older version, but look at the heels on the horses, people. Now, you really don't think the goddess of the horse would trim the heels out of her horse, do you? See that? Straight hairline. You got to look at the hairline.
Have you used the opponent system for markups?
No, no, I haven't. What is it?
Okay.
The shoes, you
Well,
mean?
it's a system that they promoted it a long time ago to, take different measurements of the hoof.
Huh.
And they marketed it to vets pretty well and anybody who's interested.
Uh-huh.
But you can take measurements of the feet and I think essentially create a record with them.
Oh, that'd be
I
handy.
didn't know if you had used that. Yeah.
I hadn't. Now, it's interesting because look at how they've made the front feet and the back feet different, Jamie Jackson. Okay, look at that back foot. Can you guys see the outline of these feet?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, okay, that one's different than the front feet. It's a little different there. Front feet are steeper. They'd be saying, hey, the goddess Epona has a club-footed horse. See, they'll say those because this is what has been taught that when you see a foot with high heels like that, that doesn't have, a dorsal wall coming out more, that all of a sudden, oh well, that's club foot. It's not a club foot. Okay, so there's Epona again, a different model. Again, look, she's got a high hairline, high heels. Of course, that's that same one. What is it? This is the relief of Epona from Roman Macedonia. Epona was a pre-Roman Celtic Gaelic divinity who was a goddess and protectress of horses. Where are you? Okay. Who also had connotations of fertility worship. Okay. Indeed, her name is derived from the Celtic word for horse, being referred to as divine horse, Gelling, 1969. She was worshipped throughout Europe as well as, I gotta get this out of the way, Iron Age Britain from circa 400 BC to around 400 AD, widespread in the Northwest. Now, I want to ask you, do you really think these people that want to represent their gods and the horses as well as they can are going to put a false like maybe this isn't the exact detail and stuff. Do you really think that they're going to put a false representation of what horses' feet are like? No, because that would anger the gods, people. And they believed in the gods, okay? The gods could do really nasty things to you. So, this is showing you the true foot of the horse, just like our wild horses show the true foot of the horse. See, not this foot that they've been forcing us to put on these horses since 1754. And not that Jamie Jackson renewed with his one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels totally out and died in a roundup. Okay, so there she is again. Oh my God. And still has deformed feet on her horse with high heels. Oh, interesting. Epona was considered as both a woman and a mare. And widespread monuments depict her as a half-naked riding a horse. Sounds like fun. Worship of Epona had its roots in Gaul and was a horse deity imported from Moselle in the Rhineland. Hence, traces of her worship in Germany and the Danube countries. It says Epona is known from the many dedicatory inscriptions from Gaul. Okay, well, anyway. See, this is though, I will tell you, when I first started looking at this was when I went, oh, that's where Epona Shoe Company got their name. I get it now. All right. Here we got her riding a horse with heels. Look, high hairline. It's got heels. High in front and high behind. And here are the Chinese. And look at the hooves on their horses. And, okay, here's Epona again. This is modern. This is modern. The modern ones will take the heels off the horses. Oh, and this is interesting. Okay, so Dioscuri, who was a son of Zeus, and whatever this thing here is that's half fish and half man, okay, holding the hooves of the horses who have a lot of heels. He's holding their heels, by George. And then he's got this horse had a lot of heel on the back here too. Written in stone. Okay, the true anatomy of the horse's foot, people, is written in stone. It's like the two commandments. Keep strong heel buttresses. Thou shalt have high heels and frog off the ground. That is what these stones are telling us. If I'm not mistaken, this is like one of the oldest horses in the world. And of course, even the Trojan horse had high heels. And of course, on their vases. Now, something you notice here. Look at the extension of the cartilage. See, that's another thing. They don't just show horses with high heels and no cartilage like what we see in horses that have actually contracted feet, where the hairline refuses to be, their bulbs just refuse to be pulled down to the ground, be like Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse foot. And so that foot pulls itself back up. As it does, it pulls the side wall around and makes false heels, but you have no cartilage extension. The cartilage is wrapped around and curled around behind the foot. Just a minute here. Here's Roman. Roman. Now, look at the realism. Okay? The toe isn't all manicured with a Mustang roll. Okay? Look at high in front and high behind with the frog well up off the ground. And the back feet have even a little more toe to them. Now, if this horse was kept up more in a stall, he also wouldn't have wore his toes off as much. Well, and here, of course, in Greece, high in front, high behind, pay special attention. How he says, do not fail to notice, he said. And like I'm always saying, he's telling people how to choose a war horse and not be cheated. How to tell our young friends how to choose a war horse. That's way more important than a trail horse or a barrel horse or a rope horse or an event horse or a dressage horse or a cart horse or a pasture horse. A war horse. Your life depends on it. The stability and safety of your nation depended on it. And here on a plate, okay, Greek plate, and what I notice is the extension of the cartilage, how they make the feet look, the extension of the cartilage. Pegasus. And Pegasus didn't even need feet. He could just run around. We look back here. We see again, high in front, high behind, with the frog up off the ground. I mean, it's just amazing, the art, that the statues. Now, this is so interesting. This is called, if I remember right, something like the Jockey of Artemis or something like that. So I got a whole bunch of different theories about this particular thing here. Okay, so they found this. Back then they didn't have pictures. You couldn't have mementos of people. So what they do, they did statues and bronzes and stuff like that. If you had the money, you could have a bronze or a marble statue, either made of your bust, not your bust like, your breast. Well, you can do that if you wanted to. But, your face, your head, your torso, up to your chest. That's a bust, I think. Okay, so you could have that done. So this particular thing here they found in a shipwreck. It's a bronze, and so they brought it up, put it back together, and stuck it in a museum, right? And so they say, oh, well, this was a race and this was a jockey. That's their story. I got a different story. My story is this, that, first of all, I can look at this horse. Anybody that knows horses, if you were to look at this head, I just want you to take a look at that. Okay, if you were to look at this head on a normal horse, what would you say about this horse? Can anybody tell me? Like, look up here. Look where he's indented here. What would you say when you see horses with big indentation here? What do you know about them? Do you know?
The older horse?
Hey, you got it. It's an older horse, right?
Well, it could be a really stressed out horse also.
Well, it could, but it's just an older horse. All right? It's an older horse. I mean, you can just look at him and tell he's just an older guy. So he's an older horse. His feet are a little long.
And you can see from the angle of his teeth also, excuse me.
Oh, hey, there you go. See there? So I never even thought of that. Good one. So this is just my interpretation of the story of this horse. Okay? So my interpretation is this, that this horse was a real horse, and it belonged to a very rich man. Okay? And the horse died, and the man had grown up riding this horse. Okay? And so when the horse died, he wanted something to remember his horse by. So he commissioned a bronze, and he commissioned it to be him as a boy riding the horse. Now, maybe not, okay, but that's what I see when I look at the statue. That this was somebody's beloved horse. They commissioned this to be done, and then to have it shipped somewhere. And during the voyage, it could have been too that he had it done and he's taken it with him. And then that there's a storm and a shipwreck, and he passed away himself, and the statue was lost until they found it years later at the bottom of the whatever sea they found it at. But that's my interpretation of it. But the point is, look at the feet. Okay? And look, they've even made a line there. See the realism? Now the toes are long on this horse, but so what? So what? You're gonna find some of the feet have long toes, some don't. Just depends on how the horse was kept, because they mostly self-trimmed on these horses. And look, both feet are a little bit different. And if we could get another picture where you could see the back feet, we would see that both of them are just a little different too. You know that all 4 feet of my horse are each one's a little different, you know? Okay, so here's our other, this is again my favorite one. Okay, now look at these feet. Look at how they depict the back of the foot and the cartilage. Like they really exaggerate how the back of the feet on these horses was extended, how this cartilage was up in the air and extended. See there? And look at how this one has a notch. That one has a notch. That one don't. This one is a little more upright. See, even on vases, they make them a little different. Let's go back here for a second. Wanted to see something. Oh. Here's a copy of the one we just saw. Okay, high heels, cartilage extended. Oh, I forget who this was. I just got this one the other day, but again, and it's not as old, but it is of one of the Greek gods. And see how they made the feet according to the older statues. That's in Italy. Yeah. And here again, we got the Chinese. Look at their feet. And this was pretty cool. It's someplace, the foot of the horse. Look, they have, this is a foot with the capsule removed. And look at the heels on it. Look, here's a frogorium. And of course, they kept it painted so well they kept and preserved it so that you could still see the blood on it, unlike me where I soak all the blood out and you'll see that the foot is the same color as the leg. See, but look at the heels on the internal foot, people. And so look, that's going to put your bulbs up here high off the ground, right? Right. Look, I wonder if that's the hoof capsule right there that went to that foot. I don't remember where this place was, but it's pretty cool. Look, there's another foot right there. And this one, I don't know if it has, yeah, it does have some heel with frog off the ground, but it's a little, looky there, little turned in there, little contracted. Then all these different kinds of shoes and capsules. They've got capsules with shoes on them. See there? I don't know where this is. I cannot remember. I found it looking for something. Different kinds of shoes. Now here, okay, remember, LaFosse, new way of shoeing, shoe them after my method. Trim the heels down to where the frog is on the ground and then put tip shoes on them. You know why they put tip shoes on? So they wouldn't have to cut the heels down to make up for the thickness of the frog, like farriers do today too. See? So pretty cool stuff here. I don't remember where this was, but I'd love to go there. Okay, so some of these feet have been knocked off. Let's look at these up here. Let's see. Just a sec. You can't hardly see them. They're clear over here in the corner. I'm trying to get them up. But both of them, they made both of them just a little bit different. See? This is Castor and Pollux kidnapping and doing bad things to women. Castor and Pollux were two of the Greek gods, either Greek or Roman. They were twins, evil twins. There. Okay, so look here. This foot has a notch in it. See there? And this one just has a little notch in it. They're both different. See, with that guy that was the head of the art department on the Parthenon, which I looked up his name a while back here. That guy, they made sure. See, and I noticed that, and then I like AI'd it and come to find out, yeah, they have noticed that all the feet on the horses at the Parthenon are just a little bit different from one another, like they would be in real horses. See, that's pretty cool. But yet, they still have the same proportions overall. See? That's what you call proportions. This piece of a vase, look at the extended cartilage. Again, extended cartilage, high off the ground. See? All of them. All of them. You think these people were stupid? No. Look at the extended cartilage there. Look how steep the dorsal wall is. The extended cartilage. Okay, they're depicting what they saw. What's that say? Contradictions do not exist. Whenever you think that you are facing a contradiction, check your premise. You will find that one of them is wrong. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so here's where I took a foot off this horse that they put that was unsound, and so they put these wedge shoes on her, and she went on to win a bunch of barrel races and everything else. Now, look at how it made her foot, it gave her the same technically proportional by lifting the back of her foot and made it the same as these Greek horses here. Now here's one. Okay, look at the notch on that foot. Whereas this one doesn't have it here. And you could say, well, it just got busted off, I'm sure. Yeah, that did happen, but a lot of this is detail that they added as well that you would see on a group of horses. Okay, so this is from the 15th century, before they come up with the frog pressure doctrine of trimming the heels out. Okay, look at that. The horses still had heels. This is just a drawing, a study of the Parthenon South Frieze cavalcade, graphite and pen and ink from 1870. Somebody did a study and tried to, make the horse's feet the way the horse's feet are. Okay. This is from around 700 BC, way before Xenophon, and this is a vase with a depiction of the Trojan horse. See all little guys in the horse there? Okay, look, even this horse has high in front and high behind. See, way before Xenophon. See, we are right in every stretch of the imagination. Okay, structurally, anatomically. Okay, what we know and believe about the back of these horses' feet is the truth. Period. Period. And so, high hairline, high in front, high behind, even the Trojan horse. Now, don't you think they're going to make the Trojan horse as realistic as possible? So, what was this? Epona again. This is so I'm working on a website about all this history, and this is just something I was playing around with when I started seeing how they came in and destroyed the farrier's tradition and the farrier knowledge with their schools. See, with their nasty schools. Okay, so I'll quote Xenophon again, who wrote this after this was carved on the Greek Parthenon, right here. And so this farrier knowledge was, how do I say it? thousands of years old, tested, tried, true. It says, when choosing a warhorse, look first to the hooves, for it makes a great difference in the quality of the feet. You must not fail to notice. He makes this like the number one thing. You must not fail to see. You must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high, both in front and behind, or low. High or low. Is the foot high or low? High in front, high behind, high or low. For high hooves have the frog, obviously he's talking about behind here, right? High hooves have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground. Why is that? Because frogs were not meant to bear weight. Not only were they not meant to bear weight, but the material that they are made out of will just wear off like that. If you and I can take our little Proxon with our little flap dish sander and just zip that frog down, what's the horse doing running around out there on the ground? Beating his frog to death because you take the heels down, wearing it down to the nubbin, wearing it down to the corium, wearing the corium through the corium into the digital cushion. There you go. Canker. Says, for high hooves, heels, high behind, have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground, but low heels tread with the strongest and weakest part of the foot simultaneously. This is exactly what Jamie Jackson and his buddy, the Calling, whoever that guy was, his little spirit buddy that led him around for 10 years, leading him off to be a farrier, and then, you know, showing him, look, this is the foot. It is this foot. This is nature's true foot. So get out there, bud, and start selling it. Hey, I didn't, it's not me. That's what his book says. Says, but low heels tread with the strongest and weakest part of the foot simultaneously, like a bow-legged man. So, anyway, just some ideas I'm getting there. Okay, so just more horses on the Parthenon frieze. And on this foot here, you can really see that the frog, you see the under part of the foot, the frog is not on the ground. Well, not sure. Yeah, that wouldn't be the ideal horse according to Casanafon. Well, anyway, okay. So, so I want to show you some things here. Let me see here that I was looking at and what I'm doing. I found LaFosse's book, and it was actually more of a booklet. Okay, it wasn't real long, and in it is where he first talks about the new way of shoeing. So hold on here. Let me get up there. And so you got to understand, just a minute here. Let me get over there. Okay, now I'm lost. Okay, share. Okay, so here it is, translated into English. And it was, let's see, how many page? 144 pages? Just a second. Okay, hold on. I got to get a picture. I want to show you something because I want to explain something to you. I want to explain to you what these people were like. Now, LaFosse was farrier of the King's Stables, farrier to the King of France. Again, this is before the vet schools where they separated veterinary medicine off from farriery, and the farriers were the veterinarians, the horse doctors. So LaFosse was veterinarian farrier to the King of France, and his father was also veterinarian farrier to the King of France. And most of the time, this would have included an appointment to be in charge of and over the farriers of the army. Okay. And the cavalry. And so, more than anything, it was a position of authority. Now, did he have to understand and know farriery and also the medical things of the time for horses, things like that? Yes, of course. But he would not have been a full-time working farrier. His position would have been more of a doctor, and he would have come along and told people, shoe this horse, do this, do that. He experimented and looked at the diseases of horses, things like that. He would have been well off. Okay. Um, he wouldn't have been a working man most of the time. He would have had people doing stuff for him. And that is evident in this book as well. Now, it's important that you understand and that we all understand what went on back here. Now, I had Chat GPT. I took all the pages of this book and fed it into Chat GPT so that he could straighten it out as far as I want you to see something about how they wrote back then. Okay, so now here we have an S. See it there? See the S? Since experimental philosophy. Now, do you see this? Let me look. Oh, hold on. Okay, see this here? Philofophy, philosophy. Okay, well, in fact, that what looks like an F doesn't have a little cross there. Okay, their S's looked like an F. So it's kind of hard to read. Like here it says, since experimental philosophy has been so happily propagated, once you read it for a while, it's not too bad, but when you're first starting to read it, and see when it's in big, like, okay, I enlarged it, you can kind of see that it would be an S because it doesn't have a little, let's see here. Let me do this. Okay, an F would have that little thing there. Okay, so an F has that. So an S did not have that. Let's see here. So he says, since experimental philosophy has been so happily propagated by the learned of our own nation, it has been spread. See, if I reduce that, it all looks like F's and it's hard to read. But now I've been working at it a while. But anyway, I had Chat GPT. I took the whole thing, put it in there, and had him just put it in regular letters, to where it was easier to read. Plus, I would have it so I could, make notes and stuff like that. So, just a minute here. Let me stop this. Annotate. Okay, so this is the editor's preface to the reader. Okay, this is not written by LaFosse. But I want to show you the attitude that these people had towards the working man and the farrier. Now, you got to understand that these farriers knew what they were doing when it came to shoeing horses, and that they knew that horses should have high heels. Okay? But I want to show you by reading you this what they thought of the regular working man. Okay, so I'm going to read this. Except I might go to how I had it changed, which is over here. Just a minute. Let me see if I'm. Let's see. Okay, I'm there. Okay, so okay, so the name of this book. Okay, and it was not written in 1765. They messed up. It was 1755. Okay. So it was called Observations and Discoveries Made Upon Horses. That's more true than what you even know, my friends. I'm going to show you a picture here because I want to explain something to you before we go on. And this is a history that we need to know. Okay. Let me find this one picture. Hold on here. Do, 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 do. Oh, well, my, let's see. Okay, hoof meme. Okay, FGH. Okay, what I'm looking for, just to let you know, is where I have taken and those deals where I've taken and I've shown Chinese foot binding and the human foot and compared it to the horse's foot. So that's what oh, here we go. Okay. So, I've been doing this a while, that I compare what goes on with the horse's foot to our feet because my feet are important to me. And I know how I'd feel if I had shoes that were too small or fit wrong or, and I was forced to wear them. And we all know from studying the human foot. Here, just a minute here. We all know from studying the human foot, because we have human feet and because they have studied feet and stuff like that, that your feet can affect everything all the way on up into your back, into your shoulders. And as the feet that Kathy shared with us earlier that were so horrendous, and she said this horse has kissing spine as well. See, so I started seeing this a long time ago. It just made, why did I think this way? It made sense, you know, by observation and thinking about it, it made sense to me. Okay. And so, and I say it like that because of how the common person is treated like a complete doofus, put it nicely. Okay. So, but that's how we survive, right? You know, So in this, of course, I compare like a normal human foot, what we need to be comfortable and healthy. And then the normal, this would be the anatomically correct horse's foot right here. And then what happens when the heels wear out and the foot gets smaller? This foot here could be made to look just like that. And what it would do, but this foot here was originally like this. This is a result of much age and much overwear. Okay. And so internally it would have had the same foot, but gradually it would have deformed the foot just like this and made the foot, compressed it into a deal and made it smaller. It would have changed the whole internal anatomy to go from this. Look at the frog. Look at the, see, would have had much thinner sole though. Okay, but this is just kind of an example of how it would have deformed the inner foot. Okay, and of course, then we do the human foot. See what, like they did in China, a real thing. They did a real thing like that to the bound foot. So, um, I research, I looked things up for years here. And so I wanted to know if there was other people that compared human feet to horses' feet. And I found this thing and I just thought it was super cool. Comparative anatomy. Because see, I have people give me crap for doing this. Oh, human foot and a horse's foot. Why, they're just nothing alike, you know, because these people are jerks. All right. And so I found this deal. Aha. Yeah. Well, great scientists have done this, compared human feet with horse's feet. And in my mind, right, it's called comparative anatomy. Like it's a real thing, folks. Comparative anatomy. Yeah. I thought, see there? Just my little old GED head figured that out. Okay, so, it's called having empathy, folks. Okay? Empathy, where I might not be a horse, but if that was my foot and people were doing to this, I can sympathize with that horse. And so comparative anatomy. So then I felt pretty proud of myself, and stuff, and pretty cool. I thought, oh, these people, back in the 16, 1700s, they were doing this comparative anatomy. And I thought that they were taking their own feet and comparing them to horses' feet to help the horse. Okay? Au contraire, my friends. I found out a couple weeks ago that is not at all what these people were doing. Comparative anatomy was, in fact, what they were doing before. You see, for almost ever, it was illegal to get human cadavers and dissect them to learn about the human body. So instead, they used animals. Yes. Now you're thinking, oh, well, yeah, dead animal, right? Oh, contraire. Contraire, my friend. Contraire. No, they used living horses. They amputated parts off of living horses to experiment and see how the horses would react, how much they would bleed, etc., etc., etc. That is so that they could, since they couldn't work on humans, they do it on horses because the horses was a big animal and you could really see stuff where you couldn't, and plus doing it on humans was illegal. So they did these horrendous freaking experiments on these animals. And I found this out because I'm reading LaFosse's book. Remember, he's veterinarian farrier to the king. Well, he's not just veterinary farrier to the king. He's veterinary farrier to the French Science Academy, or the French Academy of the Sciences. And so when they came up with a little experiment they wanted him to do, they would just order him to do it. And then, of course, a lot of times he didn't actually do it himself. He had another guy that he would order to do it. And then they'd make it into a big thing they could all watch, like going to the movies, probably even had popcorn. Okay. While they meanwhile tortured some poor frickin' living horse. Yeah, this is what comparative anatomy did. And then they would compare what went on with the horse to a human being, since they couldn't do it to a human and they couldn't even cut up human cadavers at the time. Now, later, when they were able to cut up human cadavers, then they learned some more, but for a long time they had to grave rob and all this stuff, right? So this became very interesting after I got done having a total meltdown and a fit and crying for a day. After I read this jerk's stuff that he says in this book, which I'm not going to read here. So it came from this person, came this frog pressure doctrine. And the ultimate reason for it was so that the horse wouldn't slip on the pavement and on the ice. But in working with ChatGPT, because that thing understands structural principles. The fact of the matter is, when you trim down the heels on these horses and put everything at a forward slant motion, you make it so the horse slips more. Yeah. And there's no way you're ever going to keep a horse from slipping on the ice. See, unless you got heavy duty shoes with heavy duty caulks and borium, maybe, you know. So now this started to make sense to stuff like the first English veterinary school college, which opened in 1792, was run by a Frenchman by the name of Saint Bell till he died of this disease called glanders that actually animals got and was contagious to humans too. And then they appointed a guy that had no veterinary experience. That's what all the books say. Oh, everybody's kind of up in arms because, this guy, Edward Coleman, had no veterinary experience. And I would think too, why would they appoint this guy? I had wondered this for a long time. Well, he had experienced people because the medical academies used the horse to do all their experiments. Okay. So this guy had done a lot of carving on a lot of live horses, people. And so he had all this experience. And so that is why they appointed him as head. He was a medical doctor, but they appointed him as head of the vet school because, of course, he dissected and cut up plenty of living horses because that's what they did. And so I found that out from LaFosse's book. And which didn't give him any points with me, for sure. So, okay, so that is the truth of what comparative anatomy really was. See? Well, we can't experiment on people, so hey, because of course they didn't see animals, horses, anything as a sentient being. They were just possessions, livestock, whatever. Now, what's really interesting about this, and I think you'll see the irony here when we look at Lafosse's book, which we're not going to read those parts because they will make you weep. Okay. So, even now, I want to cry. But anyway, so the editor here is a different guy, and he's doing an introduction uh, for LaFosse here. And the first thing I want to show you is their attitude toward the common farrier. Okay, so I'm going to read some of this here. Let me enlarge this. He says, so this is the editor's preface to LaFosse's book. He says, since experimental philosophy has been so happily propagated by the learned of our own nation, it has spread and been adopted into the seminaries of Europe whenever the natural curiosity of mankind, gratified and improved by an application to the liberal arts, has prevailed. To this we owe the benefits arising to mankind from the progress made in medicine and surgery. Yeah, doing surgery on live horses with no anesthetic, that was their thing. To this we owe the removal of prejudice in every part of learning and the replacing it with certainties and plain truths, which was a lie, by the way. If you know anything, which I do, about original philosophy and what this particular French school was founded on. From this too, we derived the reciprocal benefits occurring from one nation to another through their improvements and inventions. However, down here we go. Here we go. Here we get to see what these people really like. However, negligently, the diseases of horses have in the past been committed to the care of the most ignorant among mankind. Oh, here, I gotta bold that. Here, wait a minute. There we go. Here we go. They're talking about the farriers. Okay. The people that, at this time, now here's the thing you need to know. At this time this is in the 1700s, from the 1600s to now, France had developed the most powerful cavalry in the world. How do you think they did that? Okay, who keeps the horses going? The farrier, who's also the veterinarian. Okay, it's interesting that after Lafosse's doctrine, low heel frog pressure doctrine, came in and started crippling horses, their cavalry went into the toilet. So that by the time Napoleon arose, he met his Waterloo because they couldn't keep any of the horses sound. Just a coincidence. Okay, so he says, however, negligently, the diseases of horses in the past, however, negligently, the diseases of horses have in the past been committed to the care of the most ignorant among mankind. That was their attitude towards the common farrier. The great usefulness of these animals in the economy of life has at last drawn the attention of men of sense and learning. Do you see the arrogancy in this? Yeah, unfortunately, they have drawn their attention to the detriment of the horse, people. He says, here we go. Comparative anatomy has excited them. These people, I'm just telling you, they were the scum of the earth. Okay? These people were the scum of the earth. Comparative anatomy has excited them, and the great similarity of the horse's structure with that of human nature has been a sufficient inducement to invite gentlemen, to invite gentlemen to take them under more mature consideration and to rescue these noble animals from the hands of illiterate empirics. That's what they thought of the farrier. See, these people were scum. Ooh, they were. He says, I do not intend to expatiate on the usefulness of horses, as that is already evident to every observer. My purpose is only to give some account of the improvements made by Signor, however you pronounce it, Monsieur, whatever, Lafosse, upon farriery in the following treaty, that those of my countrymen whose concerns require the employment of horses may benefit from it in their management and the cure of the diseases. Now, he says, nor would I forget the sensible treaties written and published by our own authors, Gibson, Bracken, and Bartlett, who have treated the subject in a learned manner and who made early the ingenious steps toward reducing it to a rational system. They rightly saw it was a matter worthy of the attention of the most sagacious minds, since such considerable benefits arise from this art to the greater and indeed the superior part of mankind. You see how they were? They were superior. All right. Now, he goes on anyway. He says, I should think myself wanting in the duty I owe my countrymen if I did not propagate among them in the best and most speedy manner whatever might tend to such laudable ends. As soon as this valuable little book came into my hands, I therefore took care to communicate to the public those useful hints it contains on the most important points of farriery, discoveries not found in any other nation. Yeah, wasn't found in any other nation because they're already doing everything that was right. Everything I showed you about the Greeks and what they did to the horses was passed down for 2,000 years till these scumbags arose and started rationalizing in their stupid brains. Let me tell you what these kind of people did. They sat around all day thinking about how they could screw with the common man's life. That is the business of philosophy, my friends. And that is the history of it as well. So the thing is, these people started making policies for the way everybody else should live and how they should run their professions and what they should do. Sound familiar? Now, they didn't make the laws, okay? Only the king made the laws, but the king looked to their advice for everything. And so they made the policies. And then the king instituted the laws, and the king was over the farriers' guilds. So he says another important discovery is his identification of the true seat of glanders. Now, glanders was this horrible contagious disease like distemper. And ultimately, they found out in the 1800s that it was caused by a bacteria. I can't. Well, a bacteria or germ, or it was caused by something. And so Lavoie here did some experiments, and he thought he figured out what glanders was from, which right now I can't remember exactly what he said. But ultimately, the guy was wrong. Okay? 100 years down the road, guess what? Mr. Lavoie, you were wrong about the cause of glanders. Just like you're wrong about the frog pressure doctrine that you're going to teach in this book that's going to be crippling, maiming, laming horses and bring me to sitting right here, right now, reading this book. See, you're the reason I'm here, buddy. So he says, where was I? Another important discovery is that's Lafosse, identification of the true seat of glanders, which has always been thought a disease of the lungs. Mr. Bartlett, one of our English authors, has approved and adopted this doctrine, adding judicious remarks of his own and therefore meriting the thanks of his countrymen. Anyway, he goes on. Well, I'll read this one part. I will add briefly two further points of equal importance. The application of puffball powder to stop bleeding. Guess how they figured that out? Mm. In divided arteries, tells a story in here. You don't want to read it. And an important improvement upon the method of shoeing horses. See all in here, boy, it's all about this. Shoeing horses, shoeing horses, shoeing horses. You know, so okay, so he finishes. Oh, where is it here? Anyway, we're going to keep going. Okay, so then he does an advertisement. Now it gives the deal list of important observations, discoveries on several accidents that happened to horses, which he noticed some things about horses breaking their coffin bone. So he goes through that. There you go. And then some other stuff he goes through. And then he's got okay, this is his work on glanders, what he thought it was, and the horrible things he did to horses to try and figure it out and stuff. And then throughout the book, we don't want to read that part. Throughout the book, he has the Royal Academy, how would I say it? He has somebody from the Royal Academy of Sciences writing a little ditty for him to, what's the word? Endorse him. See? So not only is he farrier to the King of England, he's also at the behest of the Academy to perform any diabolical, ugly, horrible, torturous, disgusting experiment on live horses that you can think of. And so then in return, they also endorse his book. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, we don't want to read that. Okay. And so we get to the chapter, a new method of shoeing both coach and saddle horses. And what is the reason? To make them more secure on their feet at all times, even on the smoothest of pavements. That was the whole purpose. Yeah, you see, these people sat around thinking about stuff, and thought, well, there's this little rubbery piece there, and I bet if that was on the ground, then the horse wouldn't slip as much. It'd be kind of like a rubber stopper. Of course, I don't even think they'd invented rubber yet. You know, they probably looked at the shape of it. It's kind of pointed there, and it kind of, kind of like a brake, kind of work like a brake, maybe. I can just imagine them sitting around in their offices, drinking sherry and snuffing snooze, chew, to kind of dream this crap up. And so now get this. He goes, overview. This is people. You and I are sitting here, and our horses have suffered because of this guy here, because of these people sticking their nasty nose, besides into their snuff box, into areas they should have kept their nose out of. Okay? So, okay, says here's an overview of his new way to shoe. Every country has its own way of shoeing horses. I will not critique each method's errors or perfections. I will only give a brief account so the reader may judge how near our present practice comes to perfection or how far from it. Nice. This is interesting what he says here. Wait till he gets to England. In Prussia, they shoe only the forefeet and not the hind. Now that's interesting because when I was a kid, working on a ranch, living on a ranch in Wyoming, we often did the same thing. In Germany, they shoe both the fore and the hind feet and commonly put 3 calks on each shoe. That's 1 in the toe and 1 on each heel. In France, they calk only the hind shoes. That's kind of making breaks, you know. In England, get this. In England, the shoes have no calks, either fore or hind, so no calks on the front feet or the rear. The shoes are thin and broad, they're wide, with very strong heels. Get this, to keep the frog from bearing on the ground. There you go. In Spain, the heels of the shoes are thin and partly cut away over the horse's heels. In Turkey, the heels and soles are covered with a plate which serves instead of shoes, contrived with an opening to let part of the frog come through. All these types are shown in the 4th plate. So that would be in this book here somewhere where they're going to show, I'll have to find it, observations, whatever. Okay, I'm going back here. Where are we at? Okay. He says, note on calks. Our ancestors put calks on the forefeet, though no treaty mentions it. Over the door of the Church of St. Severin, there are shoes fixed to the wall with 2 calks on each. Some are worn, others not. They are plainly the shoes in use in the last age. Okay. Over here, he says, every nation thinks itself right and is unwilling to change. Maybe because they kept their horses sound that way. Foreign horsemen who come to this kingdom often bring a farrier of their own country, convinced their methods are best. Yeah, because it is so important to keep your horse sound. So why change what ain't broke, right? We return the favor when we travel to theirs. Differences of ground do not require different methods of shoeing. We daily see here horses shod in English, German, and Spanish manner, who go on our ground neither better nor worse than those shod in the French manner. Everywhere, it is more a matter of custom and fancy than of consideration and reading. Anyway, he goes on to go about why you need to cut the heels out of the horses. And here we go. The horse seldom goes easy or avoids soon becoming jaded unless the frog bears upon the ground. Lie, big fat liar. The frog is the tendon's point of support. That isn't the reason. This is not the reason at all. He doesn't care about the anatomy. He cares about this is going to keep horses from slipping on the pavement. And later he adds ice. Okay. Now he's just coming up for, oh, well, we got to make this about anatomy because, yeah, we're telling everybody what scientists we are. So he says, the frog is the tendon's point of support. If you keep it away from the ground by pairing, excessive stretching of the tendon follows from the pressure of the coronet bone or the nut bone. That's the navicular bone. Repeated at every step. This tires the tendon and causes inflammation. He doesn't know none of this. He's making it up as he goes. Hence, relaxation, defluxation, tendinous swellings, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so here we go. If a horse walks on the frog and partly on the heel, what did Xenophon say? Horses with low heels walk on the hardest and softest part of the foot at the same time. Why do we know this guy's wrong? We've got it written in stone long before Xenophon ever said a word. Okay, he says the horse walks on the frog and partly on the heel. The frog, being pressed against the ground or pavement, imprints itself by the weight of the horse into the small inequalities and joints. By its flexibility, it receives these impressions, so the foot rests on many more points. See, and I noticed this too. They are always trying to say, oh, well, you got to have more foot on the ground. That's why we take the heels way, way down, because it gives you more surface area. He says, by multiplying points of support. Same argument today for totally draping the heels out of these feet. They ease each other and give the animal stronger adherence and more security. The frog, through the fleshly soul and its nerve, has a sort of sensation enough to warn how to counterpose the body and maintain equilibrium to prevent stumbling and falling. And here's the thing. This was the big thing that Bracy Clark talked about in his book about how this false doctrine so affected horses in France and England to so deform and contract their feet and screw their feet up that the horses were tripping constantly. In fact, they had to make what was called the bearing rein on the coach horses. And this is a rein that went up over the ears and hooked to the bit and hooked to the back of the harness so that the horse could not put his head down, because it kept their feet up. Because if you jack their head way up, then it kept them from tripping as much. See? And so now they're torturing them double by not allowing them, by jacking their head way up to an unnatural height so they wouldn't trip, which obviously made it real uncomfortable, right? As well as trimming the heels out of them and just the massive amount of distortion that does to a foot. So, okay, so he goes on how to shoe them. Let's see what he says about the shoeing again. He said, I observed earlier that all kinds of shoeing work on all kinds of ground, a word or two more. German shoes use 2 calks per shoe, good only for ice. On all other ground, it harms the legs, which are lifted as if on stilts. That's his opinion. He doesn't know that. Spanish shoeing injures the heels by the length of the shoe and by confining the heels at the quarters near the coronet so that the foot cannot spread. Spanish horses thus become narrow-heeled. Now, that could be true. English shoeing keeps the shoe heels large and high to save the frog. This deprives the horse of easy movement on pavement. The shoe does not bear level and acts like a pivot on the middle of the heels and the hollow, which is not true. Turkish shoe covers the entire foot. Their horses struggle on pavement for the same reason. Again, not true. All horses are going to struggle on pavement to a degree. With shoes, without shoes. He says French shoeing is the best, most solid for flat feet, but commonly errs, making shoes too long by pairing the feet and putting one calk on each hind shoe, making horses go sidling or two. Any two calks would be better than one. Anyway, the whole point is what he's going to institute is you trim the heels out of the horse and you put tip shoes on and you make them walk on their bulbs and on their frog. That is what he instituted. Now, this is what happened. And then of course, here we go. I want to show you something. So he comes up with this. And the master farriers of France write a refutation against him and his new method and publish it. And let me see if I can see it here. Okay, so let me see. So I was talking to Google about the farriers of France writing a refutation against Lafoss's frog pressure doctrine. Henry Hamerling said so in his proper hoof angle research paper, where he shows the timeline of all of this. This is where I first heard about it. And so, okay. So I asked Google AI. I said the farriers of France wrote an objection and refutation against Lafoss's frog pressure doctrine. And Google AI said Lafoss's frog pressure doctrine, a theory from the 18th century suggesting the frog's role in absorbing impact and promoting hoof health, faced debate. This is what it said: faced debate and discussion among French farriers. There is no single formalized objection and refutation. Let me make this. I want to show you something here about AI. So again, I said the farriers, because that's what Henry Hamerling said. The master farriers of France wrote a refutation against it, right? So I say that to AI. And then it says there is no single formalized objection and refutation document from the collective body of French farriers. However, the available information indicates ongoing discourse and varying viewpoints on the application of his theories in practice. And it tries to make it look like his theories are all good, you know. So then it says, while no single document exists, the discussion surrounding Lafoss's frog pressure doctrine significantly contributed to the evolution of farriery and equine hoof care. So I get down here and I said, wrong. The master farriers of France did write a refutation against this new way of shoeing. You are correct. Ha ha ha. There we go. So, you are correct. Historical sources. Now, why didn't it know that before, hey? Hold on, I need a drink of water. Okay, so you are correct. Historical sources confirm that Lafoss's theories on shoeing, which advocated for low hoof angle, short or half moon shoes and frog pressure, were met with resistance from French farriers. And I read to you how these people thought about those men, right? The most ignorant among us. Well, we've got to save these noble animals from these ignorant buffoons. They weren't ignorant, and they weren't all illiterate. Otherwise, how could they publish a refutation, my friend? It took a lot to become a farrier. Okay? You just didn't hang out a shingle like they do here. The master farriers of Paris published a refutation against shoeing with short shoes and a low angle. Some individuals like Ossamer and Henry Hamerling in his research paper, The Proper Hoof Angle, which as we know is about heel height, mentions Ossamer. And it says some individuals like Ossamer also documented, just another one of them ignorant, illiterate farriers, also documented negative experiences when trying Lafosse's methods, meaning he lamed his horse. Yeah, well, with what it says here, noting that his horse became lame. This demonstrates that while Lafosse's ideas gained some traction and influence in later practices, they were not universally accepted and generated significant debate and opposition within the farrier community of 18th century France. Now, you got to remember back to that preface that the one Yahoo wrote for Lafosse's book, how he's writing to the public and to people that use horses. So what do you think's going to happen? They're going to come along and say, hey, I want the natural trim. That's what they're going to do. Just like Jackson got all the women to doing. I want my horse to be trimmed with the natural trim, like a wild horse. So, of course, these people are going to come, well, I want my horse to walk on its frog, like Lafosse says. So what eventually happens? Just like the the farriers basically just adopted right into the barefoot movement because they were losing customers, right? So now you have farriers doing barefoot trims. And of course, anyway, it's all a mess. So, what were the main arguments in the master farrier's refutation? The primary arguments in the 1758 refutation. Remember, he came up with this in 1755. In 1758, they're being pressured by the king to do this, to follow what the Academy of Sciences is suggesting. Okay, and they're being pressured to do all this because they were under the control and laws of the king. It wasn't just anybody could come be a farrier, my friend. Says the primary arguments in the 1758 refutation by the master farriers of Paris focused on the practical experience, which contradicted the theories of Etienne Guillaume Lafosse. The farriers documented that Lafosse's methods, particularly the use of short, thin shoes and low hoof angles to force frog pressure, were often detrimental to horses' health. There you got it, people. That's why you and I are here. today. That's why you got 70-year-old women taking up trimming to try and save their horses because of this. This is what it all traces back to. This Yahoo here and the French Academy of Sciences. Okay, so the master farrier's counter arguments highlighted the following issues. Bullet point 1, inducing lameness. How many people you seen? Every time the farrier comes, the horse is sore for 2 weeks. We just had somebody new join who just got her horse trimmed and her horse is sore. And he ain't got no heels. Inducing lameness. They argued that Lafosse's approach was wrong in practice, citing instances where his specific methods caused horses to become lame. For example, the farrier Osmer, an influential figure at the time, recorded that his own, he recorded it. I guess he could read and write. Recorded that his own horse became lame after trying Lafosse's methods. Next point, ignoring practical limitations. The farrier's objections emphasize the difficulty and unreliability of applying a uniform theory to all horses. What do you think barefoot trimming is? What do you think Jamie Jackson's little one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out trim is? This is the foot we all work towards. Okay. The farrier's objection emphasized the difficulty and unreliability of applying a uniform theory to all horses, which Lafosse's doctrine essentially proposed. Forcing the frog to bear the brunt of the weight was impractical and harmful for many horses, especially on hard paved city streets. Threatening tradition. As established and respected artisans, they weren't a bunch of illiterate hicks. Okay, these were established and respected artisans. But you saw the way the editor of Lafosse's book spoke about them, right? As established and respected artisans, the master farriers were naturally wary of a radical, this is what it was, a radical new approach. You know what is a radical new approach today? Tack. We're the radical new approach. When we're the radical new approach, when in reality, what we're doing is we're just getting back to what the farriers used to really believe in practice for 2,000 plus years. As established and respected artisans, the master farriers were naturally wary, as well they should have been, of a radical new approach that contradicted centuries of accumulated knowledge. They had a vested interest in protecting their craft and the established practices that, in their experience, were effective. Next point. Focusing on extremes. While Lafosse's theory of frog pressure had merit in certain contexts, his zealous promotion of a very low hoof angle and short half-moon shoes pushed the idea to the extreme. The farriers' refutation represented a more moderate traditional view that balanced frog contact with protecting the hoof walls. I guess they tried. You should never, oh man, you should never have a neighbor like mine. I'm sitting here looking out the window over at my neighbor, and she got all these donkeys she don't feed. Yeah, the place is full of weeds. She expects them to just eat weeds alone. I sure wish she'd sell them all. Okay, anyway, didn't mean to get off subject. Ultimately, the debate revealed the tension between the emerging more scientific veterinary theory. There you go, folks. The emerging more scientific. It was not more scientific. Okay? God, if this phone doesn't shut up, I'm going to go nuts. Wonder what that even is. Okay. Ultimately, the debate revealed the tension between emerging more scientific veterinary theory. I'm about ready to throw this thing out the window. Just a minute here. Maybe I can turn the volume down. I don't know if you can hear that. My phone's going off with notifications. Okay. Yeah, so ultimately the debate revealed the tension between the emerging more scientific veterinary theory advanced by figures like Lafosse and the practical empirical knowledge of traditional farriers. So there's a contradiction going on here, folks, if you don't notice it. Let's see if I can explain it. You know how it is when first we practice, oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The French, let's see, how do I say it? Okay, so the French Science Academy, that was founded in 1666. I gotta show you this, see, because I was writing on this just a minute. Oh, the French Academy founded. Why is that so big? Just a minute. Oh. Okay, so
Linda,
yeah.
we still have the foot comparison picture up.
Oh, really? So I've been reading this whole time, and that's
Well-
what you have.
Well, we've been listening to it, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been showing you books and everything else. Man, people speak up. Okay, let's see. Well,
We didn't know you were showing anything besides feet.
yeah, I was. But oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I showed let's see. I showed first of all this book. Here's
Saw part of that.
okay. You did? Oh, and then I went, okay, so I never went back to reading. Okay, so this is the book how I had AI, ChatGPT, AI take the book and put it into this format here. Okay? Um so so they wrote this refutation. And then in the English translation here, he answers their objections. Okay. That's why you have objection and answer. Objection. These are all the objections that the farriers had. Okay, so he answers those. But the part I want to focus on is that part I was just reading. Let me find it again. Where was that? Let me go back. Oh, okay. I was reading what where is that thing? Just a second. Just a second. See, I got me all lost now. Um, let's see. Let's search for find, edit, find science. Yes. Oh, edit. Because you need to understand something. I was reading what Google said. Maybe I sent it over here just a minute. Gosh dang it. Okay, well, I'm just going to explain it to you. So, now I have to find that. I think it was here. Okay, well, I'll have to find it later. But that part I was reading, okay, so I said how there was this debate between the emerging more scientific method theory, whatever, right? Of like academies and people like Lafosse and the empirical method practice of the farriers. When I read that, I was like, what? Because when we look at science now, the scientific method is empirical. Okay, that means by observation and experimentation and continuing to get the same results or not. That is science today. But that is not what the French science was based on. That did not really start until the English science academies were founded in the 1750s. The French Science Academy was founded in let's see, 1666. Just a minute. Let me see if I can find this deal here. Okay, it's not on this one. Let me see if it's on this one. And that's not what they were based on, folks. And I'm going to show you that. Just a minute here. Oh, okay. Let me go back up here. Okay, they were based on a totally different kind of science. They were based on the ideas of a philosopher guy by the name of Rene Descartes. Okay, Rene Descartes. Let me see if I can find it here. I know I got this guy's stuff here somewhere. Just a minute. This guy here. Okay. Rene Descartes. So out of curiosity, I wondered if Rene Descartes had any mystical background. Because you got to understand that the French, especially, were into mysticism. Okay, is it just like during the Edwardian period, people were into seances and stuff? Okay, the French Enlightenment was totally into mysticism, which is not science, my friends. Okay, just like Jamie Jackson's book, Horse Trek into the Mystic. I have never read anything like it in my life. Okay, I mean to tell you what, this guy, I don't even know how to describe it. I would have to go through all the instances where he had an entity talking to him, guiding him every step of the way to become inferior, just to go meet up with Leslie Emery and destroy the work of horseshoeing theory and hoof care, which would have brought the heels back to the horse. That's all I can say. We'll go through that book and I'll show you the mountainous amounts of hooky pook. See, I call that stuff hooky pook. Now, if you want to be a psychic, or you want to go to a psychic, or you want to dabble in different forms of religion and spirituality, that's fine. That is your right. Okay. But that is not science, people. Okay. Science is empirical knowledge. If I'm even saying the word right, for crying out loud, okay, science is, which just makes sense to me being a common person. Science is what you can prove with your five senses, other than the fact we've got a microscope and we can find germs now. Okay, but that's still five senses. All right. What you can see, what you can prove, and repeatable, observable result. Okay. Mysticism and often philosophy based on mysticism has nothing to do with true science, that form of science. But it's also called science, is what I'm trying to tell you. So, okay, so the French school was based on the beliefs and practices and ideas of Rene Descartes, um, who we have right here. Okay, so I'm going to read you this. It says, where am I at here? This was another deal where Google AI tried to lie to me and stuff and tell me that the French school was not based on mysticism. And or yeah, that the academies were not based on mysticism. And so I said, yeah, well, I don't mean the English Academy, I mean the French Academy. And then it went, oh yeah, you're correct. It was based on more mysticism. And so it says here, after I asked it, uh I said to it, yeah, well, I guess I should have said the date of which Science Academy was based more on reason. Now, you would think that basing something on reason would be good, right? Well, it's not. It's called rationalism. And it's also called logic. You have to understand the way these philosophers, the way their mind works, because it's sick in the head. Okay. And it works like this. Um, they're going to think of something that seems logical and rational to them based on what they personally know. Okay. And then they're going to think of ways to go about and gather information to make it look like what they think is logical and rational is the right way to do it. Okay? But a lot of times, there's lots of stuff they don't know that if you added these facts in to what they think is logical, would change the whole outcome and present a more accurate and true picture. And so what these guys did, they sat around with just the basics of what they knew, and they rationalized and they dreamed up ideas. And then they forced them on the public to see. And so they did this. They started thinking, well, we need to take control of this shoeing deal, and we need to start thinking about it and stuff like that. And so in England, the Science Academy was definitely more scientific, but in France, they were all based on Rene Descartes. And so Rene Descartes, okay, I'll just read you what kind of went on here. Okay, so it tried to tell me they're all, very scientific and based on, true empirical evidence. I said, not the French Academy. And I said to AI, I said, yeah, well, I guess I should have said the date of which science academy was based more on reason, which was, and not reasonable people. Reason and rational in philosophy is a whole different deal than what the normal person would think. And I said on the one before the English, mid 1700s, that would be the French Academy, founded in 1666. And look what I put there, numerical pun intended, 666, because I'm telling you, these guys were as flaky as it gets. Okay, so I said, AI goes, you are correct. That the French Academy of Sciences, founded in 1666, exhibited a stronger inclination towards rationalism compared to the Royal Society in England that was founded later, like about a little over 100 years later. This was influenced by several factors. Influence: Rene Descartes. The dominant philosophical tradition in France at the time was called, I don't even know if I can say the word, Cartesianism, based on the philosophy of Rene Descartes, which strongly emphasized. Now when you read this, because you don't understand how these people think, you're going to think, well, that doesn't sound bad. Okay. But when you really understand what they really meant by it, it was really bad. Okay. It says, which strongly emphasized reason and deduction as the path to knowledge. Well, that sounds good, but that's not quite how it went. It says, according to Fiveable, whatever that is, Descartes' emphasis on rationalism shifted scientific thought, and it's still going to sound good, but it's not. Just a minute. Shifted thought away from dogma and superstition towards a focus on reasoned analysis and observation. See, I mean, that sounds good, except what you're going to find out is that dogma is not always bad. Okay. Having something that you think is absolute truth is not always bad. And the observation that these people had was stuff that they would just dream up in their own mind and then use science to try and make it look true. So it says, so I said, that sounds good. Shifted away from dogma and superstition. Do you know that they would consider holistic medicine, superstition. Yeah, tried and tested things that people use for centuries to cure ailments that really worked would, by these people, be considered superstition. The only thing that, okay, I said the only thing is that they took common sense proved ideas of life that were rock solid and started dabbling in them with their rationalization, reason, and personal theories and ideas. In other words, what was rational to them according to their own personal thoughts and experiences, which were very minor when it came down to the common sense, everyday facts of life, since they were all rich and waited on hand and foot. That was the people in the Academy of Sciences. Okay. These are people who never dirtied a hand, people. So I say, out of curiosity and knowing the times and knowing what philosophy is really all about, I simply typed in the words Rene Descartes and mysticism. And to my surprise, but not, here's what we find about Rene Descartes. While Rene Descartes is primarily known as the father of modern rationalism, a mystical event. Now, what's this book I've been telling you about that I read at Jamie Jackson's? Horse Trek into the Mystique. And what led me there was the what led me there was his interview on YouTube where he talks about the last time he was in wild horse country. And he says, last time I was in wild horse country, I came up to this cliff and I had kind of a mystical experience. This dark shadow came over me and it said to me, you're to get the hell out of here. Your work is done. Your life is about to change. And that's
Dark
about all.
shadow part is the scary part.
Yeah, well, it's worse than that. Because so out of all that, because in other places he talks about how he tells more about his vision quest, as he calls it, in his book called Horse Trek into the Mystic. In that book, he tells you what really happened. In that book, he is directed by a spiritual entity who spoke to him audibly, by the way. Okay. Now, it also spoke to him by giving him revelation to where he knew the difference between when the calling was talking to him and his own thoughts.
So
And
do you suppose the calling is that dark shadow? And the dark shadow is the
yeah,
calling? It's
absolutely.
dark.
He says so
Mhm.
in the book. He says so in the book. The calling had him go up to this cliff, this place out there in Nevada, and he learned to tan hides. He used to make teepees. He's not an Indian, okay, American, Native American, okay, but he learned to tan hides and he made teepees and he had a business doing that and stuff like that. So the calling had him go up to this certain cliff, which, okay, this just happens to be something he had a vision of 10 years earlier. And he had him take an elk, I think it was an elk hide with him that had Indian symbols he'd put on it. And the calling told him to strip naked and put that elk hide down and then lay different ways on it until he was uh shown something. Can't remember what it was now.
That's creepy.
Yeah, it's very creepy. And then as soon as he was done, that's when that dark shadow told him, your work here is done. Okay? You're to get the hell out of here, never come back, and your life is about to change. And that was, whatever. He come up with that book. And in 1988, he's hanging out with Leslie Emery going to a Farrier convention trying to convince everybody to trim the heels out of their horse, you know. So, and that was the mild part of the book. Okay. You wouldn't believe what this thing led him for 10 years. Whatever this thing told him to do, he did it. Okay. You know what you call that? Grooming.
Possession.
Huh? Well,
Human
yeah, that too.
possession.
Grooming or mental illness and having
That too.
a Napoleon complex, thinking you're divinely led when you're really just, out of your freaking brain hell. So, but what's interesting here is now we're finding with Rene Descartes, who Guillaume Etienne Lafosse, who come up with the frog pressure doctrine, follows, and the whole French Science Academy, same stuff. What a coincidence. Oh God, shut up. This phone, I'm gonna throw it out the window. What is this? Like where would all these notifications be coming from? What is that? Why is my phone going off like crazy? I have no idea why this phone is doing this. Does anybody know? I'll turn it way
Don't have
down.
a clue, but I have to leave anyway, so
Oh God, I'm gonna throw it in a drawer. There. Okay, so anyway, man, this thing is driving me crazy. I'm about ready to put it under the mattress here. Wait a minute.
put it on silent.
There. I tried to. It still wants to blab. Okay, so I'm going to read you about Rene Descartes.
Yeah, I gotta go. Thank
Okay,
you.
goodbye.
Bye-bye.
While Rene Descartes is primarily known as the father of modern rationalism, say, if it's modern rationalism, there used to be a rationalism, and I could tell you a thing or two about that junk. Anyway, a mystical event, a series of profound dreams in 1619 served as the foundation for his life's work. Now, this is the founder of the French. Well, he's not the founder, the king was, but it's his ideas, okay, that were behind the French, quote, Science Academy, which is not based on real, true scientific study when it comes right down to it. It was based on rationalism, which is based here, as we see, on the hooky pook. Okay. While Rene Descartes is primarily known as the father of modern rationalism, a mystical event, a series of profound dreams in 1619 served as the foundation for his life's work, inspiring his pursuit of universal science and true wisdom. These dreams, which he described as a divine revelation. Now, here's the interesting thing, that this French Science Academy is all based on his deal, and yet they're looking at the other people and saying, you're superstitious. Do you get that? You've got dogma. You're superstitious. See, when they're doing the same thing, people, that's what, that's what all this is about. They're just replacing one person's idea of what is true and right with their own, based on sitting around dreaming and thinking and getting mystical revelations all the time. So it says, So these dreams, and the thing was, he didn't know if they were dreams. Okay, they were so real. He didn't know if they were dreams. This is the same with Jamie Jackson in his book, Horse Trek into the Mystic. He has out of body be there experiences. Okay. Like 5 or 6 of them. Serious events. And so, and again, it goes back to he said he took all these pictures and there are none. And then in the end of his book, Into the Mystic, he says, my whole book, The Natural Horse, is based on being led by a spirit. And some very interesting things in there. Anyway, so I said, these dreams, which he described as a divine revelation of a new philosophy, sparked his interest in analytical geometry and the application of the mathematical method to philosophy and science. In other words, it became a religion to him and to them. So I just had to do this. Remember Church Lady? When I seen that, I thought, oh, well, isn't that special? You know? So then Descartes' emphasis on rationalism shifted scientific thought away from dogma and superstition towards focus on reasoned analysis and observation, but not really. Meanwhile, he believes his dreams are divinely inspired. AI says, connection to Cartesian rationalism. These elements of the third dream highlight a paradoxical aspect of Descartes' work. The quest for a purely rational mathematical method of inquiry was initially sparked by a mystical, divinely inspired vision involving poetry. The dream's influence explain why Descartes. Now, the only reason I'm reading this is to show you what the French Academy was based on, that Lafosse basically worked for, did his living horse dissections for, and how he came up with this stupid idea that they endorsed. Okay. This is where, when they're talking about mathematics like this, they're not talking about normal mathematics. They're talking about numerology. Okay. And things like that, where you basically turning this stuff into a different type of religion in order to gain knowledge, which ultimately is going to come from some spirit or something somewhere. Now, whether you could be an atheist, all right? Whether you are an atheist, whether you believe in any of this stuff or not, it matters not, because these people did. And so when you have people sitting around waiting for enlightenment, for some message to come floating into their brain, well, either if there are spirits, they're going to get one, or if there aren't any spirits, then they just have a form of mental illness and ideas of grandeur. See? Okay, so says the dream's influence explain why Descartes, the father of rationalism. See, now to us, we think, well, rational, yeah, common sense. That is not what these people do, people. Did not see reason and inspiration as mutually exclusive. Instead, he saw his methodical doubt and logical certainty as the surest means of revealing deeper, perhaps even divine truths. They're looking to get knowledge from spirits. Bottom line, this is what they're looking for. Hey, I don't do that. And I even believe in God, right? I don't sit around waiting for knowledge about the horse's hoof. I look at it and look at it and look at it and look at it, look at it again, trying to figure it out. Using your brain, people, not sitting around waiting for revelation from some outside spirit. or just dreaming stuff up in your own stupid head where you think you're super special or something. I don't know. So, so he says, da, 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 da. So he's looking for even divine truths that are sometimes only intuited by the imagination or enthusiasm. See, and that's why I put the church lady again. Can you say hypocrite? The we got to go back to the way these people thought about the common man and about farriers and their disgusting attitude towards the common human being and how they thought they were so much better. So even if they didn't literally have spirits, land something on them, entities, the fact that they had, what do you call it? It's not the word idea, delusions of grandeur. Okay. So if there are spirits, okay, we know that if there have to be ones that don't have good intention. All right. And so they're getting information from somewhere. Either they are dreaming it up because they have delusions of grandeur, or they're into the hooky pook, as I call it. Okay, which you got to make up your own mind about that. Either way, none of this is right, people. Okay? It said it should be noted here before I forget that when these people who were basically all into what is called mysticism simply then changed the word God and spirit for science, and their favorite word, even above the word science, is the word nature. Do you understand that? They changed the word God or gods, depending on what religion you're in, since, see, here's what was happening. People were getting more freedom. The printing press had come along. People were actually getting involved in actually studying things. And so science, what we call science now, was up and coming. And so you had you were in competition with the old religions. Science and the old religions, not just Christianity, people, also all of the old religions of the pagans also were in competition with true science. And so, how do we get around that? Well, instead of using, well, the gods say, or God says, we say, well, nature says this, and nature says that, and stuff like that. So these people sit around getting ideas. Either they've got delusions of grandeur or something, or they're actually communicating with some ancient spiritual entity, and instead of calling it God, they call it science and nature. Isn't that special? See? And that's exactly what you see people doing today. Oh, nature this, and it's nature, and nature. Okay? They can say anything they want to say. They can take a horse's foot and manipulate it and distort it and screw it up any way they want. They go, well, that's nature. See? So it says, so basically, yeah, it says anytime they wanted to prove or justify one of their rationalized theories as the truth, they would attribute it to nature, as in, why does not even nature itself teach us this? And does not even nature itself teach us that? So basically, what they are doing to us, the common folk, are replacing one God for another. Our superstitions religious beliefs and dogmas for their religious beliefs and dogmas, and even in the case of everyday common sense areas of life. For example, I have news for you. They look down uh, on medicine, what today you would call homeopathy, which is an alternative approach to medicine based on the belief that natural substances prepared in a special way and used most often in very small amounts restore health. Hence, they gave rise to the advent of who? Ooh, big pharma. And we all know they always speak the truth, right? Descartes, upon whose ideas the French Academy and Lafoss's ideas were founded, uh, who then endorsed in writing Lafoss's book, All the Experiments and Ideas of Lafosse, Farrier to the King of France, who himself depended on the advice of the Academy, experienced three significant dreams. So, Descartes, three significant dreams which he marked as pivotal moment in his philosophical journey. Anyway, this is what they were all based on. So, here's the thing, which I thought was really weird. And that was the name of the guy that wrote the endorsement for Lafosse in his book. You're going to get a kick out of this. Let me show you this. Let's see here. I got to find it. Oh, come on. How do you spell academy? Okay, there we go. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so after every little thing that Lafosse supposedly discovered, you get this little ditty here, okay? Right here. It's an extract of the registers of the Royal Academy of Science. And this was as of August 1752. And he says, Mr. Moreland, who was appointed by the Academy to examine the Hippocratic observations of M. Lafosse, farrier to the king's stables, upon 6 diseases, I have trouble reading those S's as F's, of a horse's foot, which appear to have never been known to authors. Having made his report, the Academy judged that these diseases were clearly described, that the observations made in consequence were very judicious, and that the whole is rendered still the more useful. Anyway, it goes on. Yeah, this is all great, and we approve of him. Now, I just want you to listen to the name of the guy that wrote this. He says, Paris gives a place, Paris, August 31st, 1752, signed by the Grand Jean, that must have been by the Grand somebody, Mr. D. Fauci. I just thought that was kind of funny. Considering our history. Okay, probably nobody gets that joke but me. Perpetual Secretary of the Royal Academy of Sciences. I wonder if he's related. Interesting. So after every little thing that he does, his shoeing and everything like that, the Academy of Sciences goes, yep, that's it. That's it. We endorse it. And that would mean that the king would then take their advice and start forcing these farriers to use Lafosse's method. And so what they used public opinion. They made sure that they got this book into every hand they could get it into. And then they had it backed up by the Academy of Sciences. And then the king would have enforced it as well. And that's why you and I are here today, because it went right into the veterinary schools. And here we are. The farriers adopted. And so we have all these farriers out there who were basically the victims of this science academy and their stupid ideas and their stupid, wicked, ugly, awful beliefs. And here, of course, we got his rendition of what the foot looks like. How he knew the anatomy. So I looked up some stuff about how this academy started exerting control over the lives of everyday French people. And I asked it the question, how much control did the French Academy of Sciences have over everyday French life and whatever I said there? French life and laws by the mid 1700s. And here's what it said. By the mid 1700s, the French Academy of Sciences held significant, though indirect, control over everyday French life through its authoritative technical advice to the government, that's to the king, its control of patents. See, you control patents. Well, that's money, right? You know, you're going to have to use our system. You're going to have to use our materials. And its central role in developing state infrastructure. The Academy was not a lawmaking body, but it influenced policy and standards that affected French subjects in tangible ways. See there? It advised on state project. It influenced legal standards. It controlled innovation and technology. Anyway, bunch of stuff on how it affected, and not necessarily in a good way, people. Okay, because that meant if somebody else come along with an idea, if you didn't have their blessing and they didn't have their hand in the pocket, it wasn't going to go through. See, while they claim to, oh, we're all about science and learning, that really wasn't what was going on. We're all about control and making sure that we're the ones that make the money. That's what that was about. So now, how closely did the King of France in the mid 1700s follow the advice of the French Academy? In the mid 1700s, King Louis XV of France closely followed the advice of the French Academy of Sciences, who's based on Rene Descartes' hooky pook ideas and dreams, by the way. Remember that. Okay. He followed their advice on technical and scientific matters that serve state interests. How much do you think horses serve state interests, people? Such as mapping naval improvements, however, on a broader political, economic, or social issues, the Academy had no direct authority. No, but they had, we just saw it, they had indirect authority on just about everything. Okay, so you just got to ask the right questions. What role or authority did the King of France in the mid-1700s have over the farriers of France? In the mid-1700s, the King of France, Louis XV, exercised authority over farriers through a system of royal patents. Yeah, see, he's right in there with the French Science Academy. And you see the greed, okay? Yeah, he's going to have royal patents. So if somebody comes up with something, anything to sell, anything that Science Academy comes up with, they're all in on the patents. And so when people come up and they have ideas, I wonder how many ideas they stole from other people. Probably a ton. It says, while the king's authority was theoretically absolute, it was practically mediated by these institutions which regulated the trade and sought to improve equine health. Oh, what institution is that? Well, the French Academy of Science. Primarily to benefit the royal army and nobility. So they had royal guilds and regulations. Farriers in France were organized into guilds that governed their trade, training, and standards. So when Lafosse comes up with his new way to shoe and the Academy endorses it, boom, there it goes into all the guilds. They didn't have a choice. All guilds in France operated under the king's authority, which granted them royal charters and the exclusive right to practice their craft in certain areas. Royal patents. Individual farriers, or they called them marshals, could be appointed by royal patent to serve the king's court, stables, or army. That was Lafosse. A royal appointment gave the farrier an elevated status and often a greater income and prestige than their guild affiliated peers. And as I said, Lafosse, he was farrier to the King of France as his father was. Tax farming. The king's system of tax farmers was another way royal authority indirectly influenced farriers. The king granted contracts to private entities to collect taxes, and these wealthy tax farmers often became major patrons of the arts and luxury goods, including high-end farriery services. Oh, promoting scientific farriery. Well, you know what? What had they been doing for over 2,000 years? And Lafosse swoops in there and changes the whole deal. Military interest. The health of horses was a military concern for the French Royal Army, which was regarded as Europe's greatest military force. Until Lafosse. And then everything started going downhill from there. The king's authority thus extended to regulating farriery for military purposes to ensure a healthy cavalry and draft horse population. Of course, then in the right after Lafosse come out with that doctrine, they opened up Lafosse come out with the doctrine early in 1750. And the book we were reading was published in English, come out first in French, was not published in English till 1755. But he come up with the idea around 1750, and I think he published a book in French in 1752. And then in 1761, the first vet school opened by Claude Beaujolais, who adopted his method of frog pressure. Now, the thing about that is, just a minute here. I gotta show you something about Claude Bourgelat, who started the first French vet school. Where are we at here? Okay, concerning Exonophon. Now, the translation of Exonophon. Now, this here, right here. So Tufts University has a project they call the Perseus Project, where they have all the Greek classics and writings and in Greek and then translated and stuff like that. And so you can go there and look up anything. And so I went there to look up uh uh Xenophon's book that he wrote on the art of horsemanship. And I had read it a number of times. Like here, this is the translation. This is the translation here. And it says, again, when testing the feet, look to the hooves, for it makes a great difference in the quality of the feet if they are thick rather than thin. Next, you must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high, both in front and behind, or low, for high hooves have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground, but flat hooves tread with the strongest and weakest part of the foot simultaneously. Just a second. Like a bow-legged man. Moreover, Simon says that the ring too is a clear test of good feet. And he is right, for a hollow hoof rings like a cymbal in striking the ground. Okay, so I'd read that a bunch. And then one day I just happened to look down here. And this was, of course, after I started learning about the vet schools and who started them, and how Claude Bourgelat was the first one to start a vet school in France in 61. And so there's a comment. They put a comment down here. And it says, M. Bourgelat, in his preface to the second volume of anyway, it's about French words about horses, all right? Less elementary horsemanship. I'm sure that's what it says. So this Bourgelat, who is Claude Bourgelat, who started the first vet school, they're making a comment of something he said about what Exonophon said. And so what he said was this. And remember, he adopted Lapasse's frog pressure doctrine and taught it in the vet school. It's in the academic realm now. And it says, he reprehends this remark as trifling and false. He said that what Exonophon said was trifling and false. And they say about him, and if our author is to be understood literally, the criticism is certainly just, yet it is unlikely that Simon and Xenophon were both mistaken. In other words, it's this guy that's mistaken, not Xenophon. And I found, although I don't know where to find it, I found more writing about how he totally he hated any of the old writers or anybody that said anything about horsemanship. Bourgelat did. See? So, yeah, these people, that's him right there. Bourgelat, okay, he started the first vet school in French. The French, okay, he had awards from the French Academy of Sciences. and his field, and he was a soldier and an elite. He was elite. He was in the cavalry, and then he started the first vet school. That's who he was. And so then when the English vet school started in 1792, 91 or 92, to which Bracy Clark was one of the first students. There were 3 students, Bracy Clark and 2 other guys. Then Bracy Clark was taught the same stuff that was taught at the French Academy, because the guy that was head of the school by the name of Saint Bell, he was the one that, well, he graduated from the French school, and then he went on when that school was open too, and he lamed many horses by the frog pressure doctrine. But no matter how many horses these people lamed, they just kept it up, kept it up. Finally, they just started, well, you got to do it more gradually and slow. Just take them down a little bit at a time. And then they were always coming up with some way to make, what would you call it? Frog pressure, by inventing something that, like, okay, like the way you would make the shoe. Okay, you might put something on it that would rise up between the heels and force pressure on the frog. They did that stuff all the time too.
They also invented these spreaders because they realized the heels were contracting, and they would try to spread the foot in a weird, abnormal way.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so why were the heels contracting? Because they were lowering them. Because we have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that when you lower heels, they contract most of the time. Sometimes the foot will go wide, you know, and pull the frog out wide, which is very deceptive. But most of the time, the heels curl in, and well, I've seen it do 3 things. It can just keep reducing itself to where it looks like a normal foot almost. The frog is not totally contracted or anything like that, but it will take on the look of almost a normal foot, only it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Or the bulbs in the heels will totally curl and turn in, and the foot will contract, and the foot will either allow itself to be pulled down, bulbs on the ground, or it will keep pulling back up and just contract more, and you'll have a high upright foot with no extension of the cartilage. Or as the heels, this is what it does as the heels are trimmed out. Or it will just, the heel will just pull the frog real wide and go forward and follow the shape of the foot, the coffin bone. It does this a lot in draft horses. You'll see draft horses with real wide frogs and feet, because as the heels are trimmed out, the shape of the heel follows the shape of their coffin bone, which is a lot bigger and stronger. Anyway, well, that's all I got for today. And that was stressful enough. You know, history. If you don't learn from history, people, you're destined to repeat it. If we don't understand how we got here, how will we ever eventually get out and never go back? See? So, let's see here. Say I ask it things like, what's the difference between a logical conclusion and an empirical conclusion? Things like that. And it is different. Okay, well, what was that? That's me. Well, anybody got anything they want to say before we sign off for the day?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Where is everybody here? Who's left? Got Zoom user, Linda's here, Kathy's still here, and me.
I do love history, so thank you, Linda. It's really interesting listening to all that information.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Yeah, very, very sad, but very interesting.
Yeah, it is sad, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's all about
And
it's all about the money,
yeah, it sure is.
right? It's
Yep.
always about the money. It wasn't about the love for the horse.
Yep. Yeah, love for self,
Yeah.
and just insanity. Total
Right.
insanity. Well, and we're suffering because of their actions, ideas, and institutions. We suffer today from it, And so can you guys kind of see how it is important to understand where all this came from? And why it was wrong and how it happened and how it got instituted,
Uh-huh.
you know? Uh See, and so when you're out there, in Facebook land and you see these groups coming along and where every other word is nature this and it's nature and nature, nature, nature. Well, that's just another term for that's ancient nature worship. That's not science to 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 appeal to nature every other word. Okay? That's not science. Okay? That's just saying you might as well be saying God says this and God says that and God says this other thing because they have turned the term nature into an authority figure. See? And when you really start taking all this stuff apart, there is no science to back it up. Every single one of these groups, including me, go back to Jamie Jackson. And Jamie Jackson goes back to LaFosse. See? Okay. Well, folks, we will see you next week. I am going to sign out. If anybody needs to contact me, always feel free. And we will see y'all next week. Okay?
Thank you, Linda. Have a
Thank
great
you.
night. Good night,
You
everybody.
too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now I just got to figure out how to get out of here. Okay, I can't figure it out. Oh, there we go. Stop share.